Chapter 31 opens with Hinjiku's horrified gaze as she realizes the entire group has somehow arrived before her. She stammers, asking how everyone managed to get ahead of her. Crim coldly replies that she had just come from behind. Hinjiku is utterly bewildered, starting to recall the path she had taken. A quick-witted member chimes in, suggesting they might be trapped in a loop. Hinjiku's eyes widen, and she breaks into a sweat. But before she can say anything, Crim nods in confirmation, revealing that if they hadn't switched tracks, they would have been stuck in an endless loop. A simple map appears, showing an arrow tracing the exact circular path. Hinjiku's face goes pale as she exclaims, "I knew it," her expression unable to hide her inner turmoil. This chapter opening is both humorous and pitiful, fitting for the Golden Girl, as hinted by the title. A small carriage rattles to a stop in front of the group, and a cheerful voice says, "Excuse me, can I hitch a ride?" causing everyone to turn around. The girl in the carriage jokes that the game developers must have been high on something when they designed this brain-twisting level, then laughs merrily. The large Oni-san nods in agreement, acknowledging that the previous battle was indeed a good fight, and shrugs, admitting that Crim's group had defeated his team. He suggests that this good girl should get some rest. However, Hinjiku suddenly shouts, "WW, wait," her face filled with confusion and anger. Crim crosses her arms, sighs, and says, "This good fight isn't over yet." She fixes the girl with a cold stare, asking, "Where do you think you're going?" The atmosphere is both humorous and tense, foreshadowing another intricate scene. The blonde girl hastily protests, forcing a smile while her eyes are wide with panic. I've already conceded defeat, haven't I? Right, headhunter, you've spared me, haven't you?" But Crim steps forward, her eyes burning with intensity. "The only thing I remember is you running away," she says firmly. "I haven't forgotten how you humiliated Frey and the others." The girl opposite her begins to tremble, hesitates, and tries to speak. But before she can, a devastating kick strikes her abdomen, contorting her face in pain. The personal battle, seemingly concluded, is reigniting, not over victory or defeat, but over honor. The blonde girl bows her head, her voice shaking. "I'm sorry. As a leader, I went too far, I guess. Everyone was so strong." Her eyes plead for forgiveness. "So, why don't we have a PK together next time? We can get rich just by hunting new players. If we cooperate, nothing can stop us, right?" She smiles brightly, her eyes gleaming with the prospect of bloodshed and profit. "I know you love PvP as much as I do. Let's make peace and kill everyone." Crim's group is stunned into silence. One of them leans back, resting their head on their hand, and sighs wearily. They realize that this girl is beyond saving. "Sorry, we're not interested. We may enjoy PvP, but PK isn't our specialty," the white-haired girl says with a frosty gaze. "Besides, the mission we accepted has conditions that must be met. So we have to take care of PKers like you." Her hand grips the hilt of her sword, her eyes showing no hesitation. "It's not because we think you're evil." The blonde girl is taken aback. "Is it because of the mission?" Her face distorts in panic. "Just because of a mission? Don't you have any morals?" "Wait, please wait. I swear I didn't know anything." The blonde girl frantically pleads in panic. "I haven't checked Duo's terms of service, but..." The white-haired boy pushes his glasses up and says calmly, "Unlike PKing players, killing player-controlled monsters can be prohibited in most VR MMOs." "What? Are you going to report us?" she shouts, breaking into a sweat. "Wait, this must be some kind of jokey joke, right? Why don't we call it a friendly match?" She forces a smile. "I don't mind. After all, no one actually died, so technically it wasn't PK, was it?" She smiles awkwardly, her eyes begging. "You're not going to report us, are you?" The white-haired girl tilts her head, smiling brightly. "If it's a friendly match, then we should end it with good sportsmanship, shouldn't we?" She raises her weapon as the other girl stands frozen, muttering, "I'm done for." The white-haired GIRL Chinese letter hesitates, swinging her weapon down into the carriage, ending the confrontation with a single strike. Crystal shards scatter everywhere. Bianca's HP bar immediately drops to dead end. She can only scream in despair. "Damn it! All right, I get it. You want to end this peacefully, right?" But it's too late. Her body disintegrates, her items scattering all over the track. "Ah, my stuff." Bianca screams in vain as her precious loot is kicked out of the carriage and shattered. much like her last hopes. The sparkling crystals poured out from the cart like a rain of precious treasures. Hinjiku and her team stood amidst the dazzling light, beaming with triumphant smiles. "Thanks for playing with us," they exclaimed in unison, their voices full of excitement. One of the girls in the group gasped at the enormous amount of loot. "There's too much. What are we supposed to do now? Should we give it all back to everyone?" Her long-haired companion pushed up her glasses and smiled subtly. "If we post about it on the bulletin board, only scammers will come crawling. It's better to just keep it all for ourselves." The victorious group stood there, shining brightly in the radiant crystal rain, a humorous and gamer-like ending. Under the sparkling light of the rare crystals, the group gathered around the cart like it was a treasure trove buried deep within the earth. "Look, it's not just enemies' steel, there's a whole pile of rare ore too." Excited cheers erupted. The muscular, eccentric man standing beside them crossed his arms and remarked, "Just look at this loot, and you'll know how many victims have fallen here. It's a real treasure chest." Everyone burst out laughing. "I wonder how much we'll get if we sell all of this." One of them mused. "I guess we just found the treasure," Hinjiku said with a proud smile. "Anyway, we've completed the mission, so let's head back to Kaimai Pass," she exclaimed enthusiastically. Someone else suddenly remembered. "Wait, even if we spared them, what if someone else reports us?" The response was simple yet sharp. "You reap what you sow." Amidst the joy and overflowing rewards, they concluded their journey, ready to embark on their next adventure. Chapter 32. Passionate Hearts opens in a bustling dining scene filled with tension. While one of the Oni warriors awkwardly chooses food with a fearful expression, the powerful female Oni warrior gently strokes his head and sighs. "Failing against such opponents, we men are truly incompetent." She realizes that the real reason the Oni warriors were defeated was because they encountered unexpected highway robbers. From now on, each Oni warrior will have a female escort accompanying them. She affirms resolutely, while those around her can't help but wonder, are Oni women stronger than men? Meanwhile, another warrior hesitantly responds to the suggestion of further training. "Please go easy on me." Nevertheless, the atmosphere remains vigilant. Clearly, after their recent defeat, the Oni clan has learned a lesson. They cannot underestimate any opponent. While enjoying their meal, the main characters are unexpectedly rewarded handsomely by the Oni clan. An investigative mission titled "Do the Disappearing Oni See God?" led by Martu, and the protagonist's clan was completed successfully, with a reward of 12,000 fol and an additional bonus of 24,000 fol. Not only that, the Oni clan generously offers. From now on, they can use various facilities here freely, such as inns, hot springs, discounted rates at the blacksmith, clothing stores, and tea houses. When asked if they want to move here, the protagonist blushes and hesitantly responds, "I'll think about it." Just as things seem to have concluded, someone jokingly says, "Martu, remember to lend this girl to us often." The protagonist is still taken aback. Wait, what? Ending a chapter full of surprises and humor. The protagonist stands beside a roaring campfire in the middle of the night, exhaling a faint mist, her eyes gazing up at the starry sky. She whispers to herself quietly, "Next time, I'll be even stronger. I hope you will be too." The image that flashes through her mind is the intense battle between her and Saul Leon, serving as a reminder that cannot be forgotten. The fire continues to burn, reflecting the simmering determination rising within her heart, a promise for their not-too-distant reunion. Under the dim moonlight, beside a serene lake surrounded by majestic cliffs, the girl sits silently before a sparkling fire like stardust. "You've become so strong already," she whispers to herself, memories of her companion rushing back. The sound of light footsteps echoes from behind, bringing her back to reality. She turns her head, her eyes widening in surprise as she recognizes the approaching figure. "Frey," she says, a mix of surprise and relief. The other person smiles warmly, saying, "I've finally found you," as if all the pieces are falling into place in this emotionally charged moment of stillness. In the tranquil atmosphere following the intense battle, the remaining team members stand amidst the ruins, bathed in the cold moonlight. Crim stands there, looking tired, but with a determined gaze, as if to convey that defeat is not the end, but merely a stepping stone for future victories. Frey and the other teammates turn to look, understanding that each wound is a testament to their sacrifice and determination, while the Pkers have been completely eliminated. This scene, encapsulating a mix of frustration and fighting spirit, reaffirms that in the harsh world of duo, warriors like Crim always know how to rise from the ashes to continue their journey. In the quiet night under the moonlight, beside a roaring campfire, a gentle question is asked. Is it getting to you? As if touching upon Crim's deep-seated emotions. Although he responds nonchalantly, not really, I guess. His eyes reflect the image of the previous battle, where he fought to the end and was defeated by a powerful opponent named Saul Leon. The flash of a swift strike, the spark from the clash of weapons, everything seems to replay in his mind amidst the flickering flames. He recalls the opponent who rendered him helpless, not just because of their strength, but also their mastery in combat. When he quietly utters, Saul Leon, he has to also be a dual wielder. It's not just an observation, but an acknowledgement. That opponent is on a different level, while those around him cheer, so cool. Wah, it's so hot. Crim seems unbothered. Those words only make the feeling of defeat more apparent. Yet deep within his gaze, there's no defeat, only a simmering determination. Next time he won't lose. He wasn't carrying a shield, and his left hand remained empty throughout, and he could quickly adapt when I started using dual swords, which made me feel that he also knew how to use it. Does that mean he was holding back? I don't think so. On the contrary, I think he was just hiding his ace card. The guild ranking battle. He was saving his strength for that. Ah, I know I'm being a bit stubborn, but I just wish he would draw his other sword. Well, I thought you were depressed. I was a bit worried too. You know, while we were fighting, he tore apart the train tracks. I was completely caught off guard. Who would have thought of that? Ha ha ha, I'm glad about that. What do you mean by that? You look like you're complaining very happily. I didn't mean to look happy. Oh, great master. The completed katana in hand, Hinjiku excitedly held up the new sword like a child, showing off a precious gift. She still referred to Frey as master, despite a hint of hesitation in Frey's expression. A reminder echoed in Frey's mind not to let that weak look show in front of her disciple. Frey smiled, acknowledging it. In that peaceful moment, the group walked together under the sparkling night sky, the call of "Let me see it" ringing out, ending with a simple yet deeply connected moment among those who were once battle companions. The Onikiri demon sword was finally forged, its blade so sharp that just a glance stirred up fighting spirit. Though it didn't look particularly intimidating, its rarity was beyond imagination, a weapon ranked X-rare. While Hinjiku was thrilled with her new sword, the group quickly understood why the previous PK was so desperate. Among the stolen items was a valuable rare ore. Now, with the katana in hand, Hinjiku's task was officially complete. Hinjiku stood frozen, her hand lightly gripping her clothes. When asked why she looked unhappy, she hastily shook her head, but her clumsy words couldn't hide the emotions in her eyes. She mustered her courage and spoke out what she had been holding back. Besides helping others from now on, her voice trembled slightly, but her eyes shone with determination. The group turned around, surprised by the unprecedented display from the little fox girl. Something was changing in Hinjiku's heart. On the eve of the guild's ranked battle, the short-haired girl raised her head, her eyes sparkling with expectation. She wanted a strong frontline, someone who could charge forward without hesitation. Hinjiku, with her newly forged determination, was now the one capable of taking on that role. The group unanimously agreed, hoping she would move forward together with them. Hinjiku smiled, her fox ears twitching slightly. The final question echoed like a confirmation. So, what do you think? The answer didn't require hesitation. Hinjiku burst into laughter, jumping into her companion's arms like a child finding a home. Joy spread throughout the group, cheers ringing out under the night sky lit up with sparkling lights. They had found a new frontline, not just a teammate, but an indispensable one. In the upcoming battle, they would step forward together, no longer doubting, no longer alone. Martu smiled upon hearing the comment from her companion. They're really good friends. The girl just scratched her head, embarrassed. It's a bit embarrassing to say that. But the cheerful atmosphere was quickly broken by Hinjiku, who excitedly shouted that she was now officially the disciple of the great master. Ryunosuke appeared with news that all the ore had been converted into money. He asked, "So what are you going to do with all that money?" After thanking the group for helping complete the task, he quickly revealed his true intention. "I can go back to grinding now, thanks." Group stepped into the bustling shopping district of Wyndham, the northern area, where weapon shops, armor stores, and modern equipment crowded together along the cobblestone street. Under the bright light shining down from the city's central bell tower, they shouted with exuberant spirit, "It's time to upgrade our gear." The lively atmosphere and determination to prepare for the new battle spread with every step. Another chapter closed, signaling the beginning of a comprehensive restructuring of their lineup. The guild ranking appeared with the top spot still vacant, but their group was ranked 33rd, a modest standing compared to their ambitions. The bright-haired girl smiled confidently, speaking of a future where they would control vast territories and establish a nation. To achieve that, they had to rise to the top of the rankings. After their recent series of battles, Hinjiku finally understood the true reason for fighting in the guild ranking wars. Everything now was no longer just a task, it was a mission. Their group sat down to discuss strategy. While there were no official documents detailing equipment information for areas like Naval or Kaimai Pass, forum discussions hinted that the stats and skills of the gear varied depending on the region. Both the strategist and the leader had spent time analyzing tactics, comparing shop locations with equipment quality, but they hadn't uncovered any fixed patterns. Hinjiku was surprised to learn how deeply they had delved into research. A plan was quickly drawn up. They would visit each town one by one, scouring every shop to find the strongest available gear. An equipment optimization journey was about to begin. The debate about gear among the group began to intensify. Frey grew irritated seeing Hinjiku focus solely on her weapon, disregarding everything else. Crim attempted to ease the tension, but also pointed out bluntly that choosing gear wasn't just about stats. They needed to ensure that every piece was compatible with their fighting style, forming an effective combination. Even if items looked similar, their stats could be entirely different. Frey finally snapped. "It's not just about the gear," revealing that she was concerned about something deeper than just strength. After the heated debate, the group quickly shifted their discussion to their equipment upgrade journey. Crim and Frey, both enthusiasts of the stat system, complained about the complexity of the game duo, but couldn't hide their excitement. Even though Hinjiku and a few others didn't fully understand the intricacies, they trusted the leaders and handed over the task to them. With an enthusiastic tone, Crim declared, "The gear tour begins," marking the start of their quest for the strongest meta gear. The group embarked on their highly anticipated equipment upgrade journey, spreading out across the bustling shopping district. Each member was engrossed in testing and evaluating different items, from mage robes to peculiar helmets. The atmosphere was lively, with a sense of camaraderie as everyone immersed themselves in finding the ideal gear. No words were needed. Their beaming smiles and excited expressions made it clear that this wasn't just a gear hunt, but a journey to prepare together for the upcoming major battle. The group returned after their long and tiring survey. While a few members complained about the unusually long shopping trip that still yielded nothing, Frey nonchalantly announced a new plan. They couldn't make purchases without sufficient data, and building the optimal gear required more than just appearances. With a determined look, she revealed that she had finalized the loadout for all four of them, a carefully crafted combination from various gear sets to maximize their strength. Their journey wasn't over. It was just the beginning of a more strategic phase. Frey proudly declared that their new gear was perfect, according to the current meta. However, her teammates didn't share her enthusiasm. Hinjiku looked embarrassed, her face reddening at the ridiculous and revealing outfit, while passers-by began to stare and gossip, mistaking them for a group of eccentric cosplayers. Despite knowing this was the optimal choice for combat, Frey had completely disregarded aesthetics, leaving everyone wondering if she cared only about stats and not how they looked. The group continued their shopping trip, despite their unusual appearance making everyone uneasy. Hinjiku awkwardly covered her face, unable to bear the attention, while shopkeepers were startled by their frightening appearance. Misunderstood as a bizarre organization, the group went about purchasing healing items, traps, and poison without batting an eye, as if it were a normal day. After finishing, Frey suggested they grab something to eat, wrapping up a day filled with sideways glances, but marked by tactical effectiveness. After causing a stir among the city's NPCs with their outlandish outfits, the group began to feel uneasy. Frey decided it was time to revert to their original appearance. Hinjiku deeply empathized, and the other members also looked worn out. Just then, a mysterious girl appeared and suggested a method to change their appearance without affecting their stats, a feature the group had never known existed. The hopeful offer sparked a new possibility, opening a path that was both powerful and didn't require sacrificing aesthetics. Just when they were desperate because of their gear being stat-optimized but aesthetically bankrupt, the group was saved by the arrival of the Avatar shop. With a welcoming style like a fashion revolution, the staff confidently declared they could turn any visual disaster into a fashion icon. Frey and Hinjiku's eyes lit up, unable to believe that equipping an avatar could change their appearance without altering their stats. A glimmer of hope emerged. Could this be the turnaround in aesthetics for the group of cosplay misfits? Even after learning they could change their appearance with avatars, the group still faced a collective aesthetic crisis. With a nonchalant expression, Frey declared he didn't care about his appearance, immediately handing over full styling authority to his teammates. However, those words became an irreversible style verdict. The main character smiled brightly, readily accepting the sacred mission, as if preparing for a historic transformation. Frey suddenly felt a chill, realizing he might have just made a fatal mistake, but it was too late to turn back. Freya was swept into a fashion whirlwind with no escape. She cried out for help, but it was in vain. Outfits she had never imagined were thrust into her hands. Her friend, who had promised to handle everything, smiled brightly like a flower, continuously introducing new outfits. Freya tried to break free, but was held back with the reason that there were still many things to try. When she appealed to the one person who still seemed sane, she received only a cold, dismissive headshake. "Don't drag me into this." Her face red as a gourd, Freya completely gave up. A deep sigh echoed among the dazzling lights. "Freya Wannison, who made you look like this?" While Freya was still panicking from being forced to try on too many outfits, a dress displayed under the lights caught her attention, and she inadvertently exclaimed, "Too cute." Seizing the moment, her cunning friend immediately placed the order on her behalf with the words, "She'll take this," ignoring Freya's frozen expression and weak protests. In desperation, Freya pointed to a secluded corner, hopping to switch to a more modest outfit, but her eyes widened in horror when she saw it was striped pajamas. "No, not that," Freya screamed, but it was too late. The sweet fashion trap tightened its grip once more. The final scene during their shopping trip completely devastated Crim. Forced to choose between two lace underwear, black or white, Crim's face turned red, and he stuttered, choosing white in desperation, only to be met with the response, "Both are fine too," accompanied by a sweet, intimidating smile from his mischievous friend. While Frey sighed, "Girls really do take a long time shopping." Crim curled up, unable to believe he had fallen into a full-scale fashion torture. And when the shop bid them farewell with, "We look forward to your next visit, Tilda," Crim's gaze seemed to scream, "Never again." The group stepped out of the Avatar shop in their new, stylish appearances, shining as if illuminated by divine light. Frey looked down at his refined outfit, nodding in satisfaction. Not bad." Hinjiku was jubilant. "Bye-bye, goofy gear," as if escaping a previous fashion nightmare. Crim, on the other hand, was red-faced and murmuring, "Ooh, I feel like I've lost something as a man," after being enthusiastically upgraded into a doll in a skirt by his teammates. Meanwhile, the main culprit cheerfully declared, "They're black," as Crim shouted in despair. "You don't have to say it out loud." The summary of their shopping trip couldn't have been more chaotic and humorous, but thanks to this, the group officially entered the upcoming battle with both their image and spirit maximized. Just as the group was still reeling from the bill for their brand new avatars, a server-wide announcement suddenly appeared before them. Everyone simultaneously received the news. It was an official declaration from the developers. The guild rank battle qualifiers had been scheduled. The bustling shopping atmosphere was instantly overshadowed by the looming pressure. There was no more time to worry about whether the outfits were worth the cost. Now was the time to prepare for the crucial battle that would decide the guild's fate. The guild rank battle had yet to begin, but the pressure was already palpable among the group. The news caused everyone to be in disarray, especially since they still lacked a fifth member to complete their lineup. While Hinjiku struggled with pronouncing administrative district, Crim remained calm, reminding them they had a few days to prepare. To be safe, the group decided to visit the southern administrative area of Wyndham to check the registration procedures in advance. The city was bustling with sunlight and the hum of people, a clear sign that the battlefield was about to open. The southern administrative area of Wyndham has transformed into a chaotic festival. Players crowded around the guild hall entrance to register for the guild rank battle qualifiers. Crim and her friends, having just arrived, got swept into the crowd, causing Hinjiku to hold hands to avoid getting lost. Frey quickly learned the rules. Within a limited time, guilds would fight continuously to rise in rank. Winning takes you up, losing takes you down. Registration had to be done in person at the reception desk inside the guild hall, and the queue was getting longer by the minute. The real battle was about to begin. The rules of the guild rank battle qualifiers were revealed. Players could participate in two ways: a random queue where guilds fought random opponents, or a competitive queue where guilds of similar rankings faced each other. Within the time limit, the guild that won the most would climb higher in the rankings. Only the top 64 guilds would qualify for the main tournament, where they would be thrown into a massive map and fight until only one team remained, a true survival battle. Crim understood that if they didn't quickly find their fifth member, they wouldn't stand a chance. As the qualifier festival began in earnest, well-known names started to appear. Not only was Nord Glacier, a long-standing powerhouse, present, but Azure Dragon Tempest had also arrived. Both exuded an overwhelming aura, drawing everyone's attention. The pressure on Crim's group was visibly increasing. To get a spot in the next round, they would have to surpass such big names. Despite the emergence of powerful guilds, Crim remained undaunted. Instead of getting caught up in the aura of their opponents, she turned around resolutely, her eyes determined. "We're wasting time," she said, affirming their resolve. Their goal was not to be amazed or observe, but to win. And to do that, they needed the final piece for their lineup. The other members immediately agreed. They were ready for the next step. At the crowded notice board, Crim's group stumbled upon a recruitment flyer that bore the mark of amateurs, but was full of enthusiasm. The guild name Genocide Abyss was decorated with a naive hand-drawn image along with an invitation. Seeking gunner, high pay, friendly, cozy guild. When a member remarked, "Isn't it perfect?" another hoped there might be a few gunners interested. Despite some skepticism, they continued their search with hope. Maybe this was the turning point that led to the final teammate they were missing. A girl quietly appeared before the notice board, her eyes stopping at the clumsy but enthusiastic advertisement of the Genocide Abyss Guild. She read through the invitation to recruit a gunner with a puzzled expression. G-Guild name is so weird. Though curious, her hesitant expression made her hesitate. "I'll check other places first," she whispered, then turned away in doubt. Chapter 33 ended, leaving a question. Would fate bring her back to that strange sign? Chapter 34 opens with Crim chatting with the villagers about the upcoming tournament, where they need to win to accumulate points and make it into the top 64 teams that advance past the preliminary round. A young girl named Juina enthusiastically cheers for Crim, making her smile in appreciation. Meanwhile, the conversation shifts to a person named Saul Leon. When asked about him, a boy named George hesitantly admits that Saul is tall and handsome, which seems to make George look unhappy. The people around them whisper in sympathy with George as he awkwardly talks about his formidable rival. Crim simply responds calmly that he is pretty cool too, ending the dialogue with her characteristic composure and readiness for the upcoming battles. George was enjoying his break, and he was called to help repair a wooden house. He reluctantly declined, but was immediately reminded by an older man that this house could potentially be Crim's future residence. George's expression changed instantly, and he hesitated before nodding in agreement silently. Crim politely thanked the man named Ludger for his help, and he smiled, saying he enjoyed doing such tasks. Juna also enthusiastically offered to lend a hand, warming up the atmosphere. Everyone quietly hoped for a sustainable future in the small village. While helping to repair the wooden house, Crim was asked why she was so enthusiastic about participating in the tournament. Someone joked that maybe she wanted to defeat Saul Leon, whom they had mentioned earlier. Crim smiled and acknowledged that, but said she had another reason too. She pointed to a map, explaining that although the territory system wasn't currently available in the game duo, guilds would be able to claim territories in the future. People began to realize that for Crim, this wasn't just a game, but an opportunity to build a future starting from this small dwelling. Crim continued to explain the territory system in duo, stating that except for starting towns like Wyndham and Valhalland, all other areas could be targeted for occupation. Guilds could use military strength to control territories, but they could also use diplomacy to achieve their goals. She emphasized that naval, where they were currently staying, was also a potential target for occupation. As everyone gazed at the peaceful scenery before them, they realized the special significance of this place. Hinjiku excitedly exclaimed, "Naval could be our headquarters," and no one objected. Crim revealed a harsh reality. NPCs in this game wouldn't respawn after being killed. She stressed that many NPCs at Kaimai Pass had been killed by Pkers, turning it into a dead zone. Unlike Kaimai Pass, Naval didn't have a strong enough defense system to prevent such attacks. Hinjiku and the others gradually understood, and one of them summarized their goal clearly. Crim wanted to protect Naval from malicious players by building defensive equipment. Crim outlined their strategy. To protect Naval by establishing a defense system, they needed a large amount of guild points. The only way to achieve that was to top the rankings. With a determined look, she affirmed, "No matter what, we have to win the ranking battle." The group immediately understood and agreed, setting another goal to fortify Naval and prepare for the upcoming survival battle. The fact that no one had applied to join their guild made the group speculate about the reason. Crim was worried that the poster might not be effective, but others quickly pointed out that the real issue lay in the guild name, Genocide Abyss. Nice to meet you. Although Crim still liked the name and naively thought reusing the old name wasn't a problem, it was clear that no one dared to join a guild with such a daunting name. Nevertheless, they decided not to waste time thinking too much and would try a new approach. The group decided to head to the free combat zone, Valhalland, to recruit members directly after their efforts to post recruitment notices failed. However, the area was even more crowded than before, making it difficult to approach other players. While the crowd jostled to watch the powerful guilds battle, Hinjiku tried to find some space, but was hindered by the limited visibility. Still, everyone gradually understood why the event was attracting so many people. The presence of top-ranking guilds was creating a special attraction. Upon arriving, the group witnessed the aftermath of a battle they had missed. A team had been completely defeated. Standing in the battlefield were members of Nord Glacier, a powerful guild with an overwhelming aura. The name left everyone stunned, especially Crim, who seemed to realize something. A sense of regret spread as they missed the opportunity to see the top-tier opponents in action, further heightening the tense and expectant atmosphere for the upcoming battles. A group of characters wearing gas masks and hazmat suits stormed into the arena. Chinese letter, 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 Chinese letter. letter, Chinese 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 Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter. Chinese letter, 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 Chinese letter. Chinese letter, 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 Chinese letter. Chinese letter, 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 Chinese letter. Letter, Chinese 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 letter. Chinese letter, 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 Chinese letter. Chinese letter, 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 Chinese letter. Chinese letter, 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 Chinese letter. Chinese letter, 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 Chinese letter. Chinese letter, 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 Chinese letter. Chinese letter, 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 Chinese letter. Chinese letter, 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 Chinese letter. Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter. Chinese letter, 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 Chinese letter. Chinese letter, 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 Chinese letter CHN, Chinese letter, 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 Chinese letter. Chinese letter, 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 Chinese letter. Chinese letter, 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 Chinese letter Chan, Chinese letter, 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 Chinese letter. Chinese letter, 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 Chinese letter 34, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter.
Chapter 35 begins with the invitation from White Lily, the guild master of Lily Garden, still echoing in Crim's mind. Under the astonished gazes of everyone, Crim stammers in confusion. "Emmy?" Meanwhile, the surrounding gamers start buzzing. "Isn't that one of the top guilds?" Lily Garden, the power of money is truly formidable. The pressure and expectations overwhelm Crim, leaving the girl unable to hide her awkwardness as she stands amidst a major force extending its hand to recruit her. White Lily's invitation to join the guild quickly stirs up more chaos as the true purpose is revealed. To dress her as a maid and make her do maid work? Crim is so shocked that she exclaims, "Wait, seriously?" Meanwhile, the onlookers are equally stunned to discover that the entire entourage of maids following White Lily are actually members of the Lily Garden Guild itself. White Lily clarifies, "Not the maid guild, but my guild, Lily Garden, where I'm inviting you to join." Immediately, the maids chime in unison, "Indeed, my lady." Another surprising truth is revealed. The group of girls dressed as maids is actually a separate guild called Maid Gang, a gathering of people who are innocent, pure, and extremely fond of maids, with the ultimate goal of mastering the art of mating. Crim is at a loss for how to react when they declare her qualified, while a member of Maid Gang casually confirms that White Lily, who just enthusiastically invited Crim to join, has no actual connection to them and is merely tagging along. Meanwhile, Crim's group still seems bewildered as they face this world full of bizarre art of mating. The Maid Gang Guild performs a red carpet ritual every day to practice the art of mating, but then an unexpected phenomenon occurs. Each time the red carpet is rolled out, the number of young ladies, Ajusama, following them increases. The situation gradually spirals out of control as now all the young ladies are freeloading in their guild hall. Yet this strange symbiosis, like lampreys attaching to sharks, operates in a way that is weirdly logical. White Lily nonchalantly sees this as a natural part of noble society, while the members of Maid Gang both endure and complain, but still take care of them diligently. White Lily, the guild master of Lily Garden, suddenly extends her hand and demands that Crim-chan join her guild. When asked for the reason, she unhesitatingly declares it's because of Crim's absolutely beautiful face. With undisguised fanaticism, White Lily even claims that Crim has noble blood, making her perfectly suited for the noble aesthetics of her guild. Faced with such excessive enthusiasm, Crim's group can't hide their surprise and confusion, especially since the recruitment motive revolves solely around appearance. Before White Lily's invitation could even be answered, the atmosphere shifts once again. A massive figure enters, Aaron, a member of the Black Wolf Squad, one of the strongest guilds. The entire hall is shaken by the consecutive appearances of top guilds. Under the protective arms of her companions, Crim is stunned, while her teammates are overwhelmed. What was supposed to be a normal recruitment event has suddenly turned into a gathering of the top forces. Aaron, the leader of the Black Wolf Squad, approaches with a massive presence but carries a humorous and relaxed energy. Though he initially surprises Crim and her group with his imposing aura, he quickly lowers his tone and acts friendly. Aaron even knows about Crim and expresses admiration for her swordsmanship skills. The conversation quickly turns humorous as he tries to ask for the secret to katana skills, though Crim deftly declines. The meeting between the top guilds, which was expected to be tense, unexpectedly becomes lively and hilariously chaotic. The conversation at the arena continues as the leaders of various guilds gather. Aaron, representing the Black Wolf Squad, shows clear irritation as Saul Leon is given the privilege of a private interview. Meanwhile, Crim becomes the center of attention when her notable match with One Night Stand is mentioned. But an unintentional remark leads to a hilariously awkward situation. White Lily, with her typical aristocratic demeanor, naively asks about the meaning of One Night Stand, and is immediately warned by her subordinates not to know that word. The serious atmosphere of the battlefield instantly turns chaotic due to the linguistic misunderstanding, leaving the audience unable to hold back their laughter. Amid the lively atmosphere at the arena, a live interview begins. The MC enthusiastically asks about notable guilds, and the interviewee, with a rare calm demeanor amidst the crowd, lists a series of big names: Azure Dragon Tempest, Black Wolf Squad, Lily Garden, Taukai Company, and Black Rabbit Group. The crowd buzzes, while Crim whispers in awe at the interviewee's composure. One audience member particularly notices the Black Rabbit Group, a rising name that has been gaining momentum recently. When the MC digs deeper, "What about individuals? Who are you most looking forward to?" The atmosphere becomes tense, as if a surprising revelation is about to unfold. When asked, "Who are you most looking forward to?" the interviewee doesn't hesitate to answer, "Zio." The surrounding atmosphere seems to quiet down slightly. Azure Dragon Tempest, the top-ranked guild, and Zio, its leader, are true icons. With exceptional organizational skills and a visionary mindset, Zio has earned the recognition of both allies and rivals. The crowd murmurs, "Zio is truly on another level." His name is repeatedly mentioned. Even those who have never faced him directly can't help but wonder, what kind of person is he really? But then, the interviewee suddenly hesitates. There's still another name on his mind. The moment Saul Leon mentions a child in a deep red cloak, both the audience and the main group freeze. A vague description immediately sparks a wave of suspicion. Crim is surprised. "A red cloak, but that's pretty common." The surrounding people start speculating. "Is it me? No, clearly he's talking about me. Wait, your cloak is pink." And someone even argues, pink and rust red are just different names for the same color. The confusion spreads. But when Saul Leon's gaze sweeps toward Crim, the audience begins to whisper, "Wait, isn't she the one with katana skills?" Every whisper, every glance seems to focus on Crim, and all she can do is look back in confusion as the spotlight of fate shines directly on her. Just a wink from Saul Leon is enough to throw everyone into disarray. Crim grits her teeth. "This guy," but she can't hide the turmoil in her eyes. "Look, he winked at me." A voice filled with both confidence and confusion echoes from two directions. Meanwhile, Saul's words still echo in everyone's minds. "A child in a red cloak on the same level as Zio." The statement sweeps through the arena like an invisible wave, causing everyone observing, from White Lily, Aaron, to Crim, to simultaneously turn their gaze in one direction. A tense atmosphere envelops the scene as all eyes focus on the white-haired girl with the red flower bow, who still hasn't realized she's about to be placed alongside legends. Crim is called away, her teammate's voice soft but firm. "Crim, let's go. Too much attention isn't good for anything." She replies softly, "Ah, okay," and quickly follows the group. The others also start dispersing, team by team, individual by individual, some saying, "It's time to leave," others nodding and saying, "That was fun." Though everyone appears calm, their hearts are in turmoil. A kid in a red cloak really caught Saul Leon's attention. Zio was supposed to be the undisputed name, yet. The question lingers silently in the minds of those who just witnessed it all. Janus walks slowly, his gaze pensive. He once thought the girl was just an ordinary player who learned katana skills purely by luck. But now he's not so sure. That girl is making everything much more interesting. "Truly an unexpected enigma," he mutters, half in acknowledgement, half in amusement. Beside him, White Lily smiles faintly behind her mask, agreeing. She's not simple. No one denies it. The girl in red is now catching the attention of the top names. The chorus of "Yes, my lady" echoes like the rhythm of an extravagant play. White Lily tilts her head slightly, her eyes behind the mask gleaming with interest. "Crim-chan, now I want you even more." Across from her, Janus sighs but doesn't object. "She's completely beyond your predictions, isn't she?" The wolf-headed man shrugs, half smiling, half mocking. "You're lucky I was there." His gaze suddenly turns sharp, unwavering. But no matter who the opponent is, the result won't change. The game has begun, and they all know. The name Crim is no longer just an unknown player. "Oi, that red cloak," whispers rise from the crowd. Crim glances around, noticing countless eyes focused on her. "Everyone's looking at us." she mutters. A sense of unease creeps into her mind. I wonder if this tournament will go smoothly. Elsewhere, a man calmly adjusts his glasses, his gaze sharp as a blade. A question echoes in his mind. The power of Azure Dragon Tempest. If Crim also possesses that kind of power, would Saul Leon's final answer change? Behind the stage lights, the real battle has only just begun. Those two, Crim's gaze sharpens. Zio from Azure Dragon Tempest, the one Saul Leon considers the greatest threat. If that's true, doesn't that mean Zio is even stronger than Saul Leon? She clenches her fist. Beside her, her teammates also feel the pressure, but none of them back down. We can't lose in spirit. That's right. They all nod in unison, stepping forward toward where fate awaits. A few days later, as the announcement board echoes with the final knock, reality also crashes down on them. I'll invite him, Crim mutters, her eyes looking up at the sky where a fluffy cloud drifts by. It almost looks like a gunslinger. Hey, you two, face the truth, a voice interjects. The words on the board are coldly bolded. As of this moment, applications for the preliminary round of the guild ranking battle will no longer be accepted. Crim and her teammates slump onto the bench, their eyes empty. We couldn't find the fifth person. Chapter 35 end. At Wyndham Central Park, a man wearing a cat-eared beanie confidently approached his group of friends and declared, "Ain't I your fifth?" But instead of being welcomed, he was met with disappointed looks. Despite his attempts to explain that he wasn't good at combat, the others remained skeptical and sighed, believing he was only good at hiding with his stealth skills and might even charge them for it. One person coldly calculated that the group now only had 4 truly useful members, while the fox-eared girl, who seemed like she would defend him, couldn't hide her confusion as she asked, "So who do you think I came to help?" The appearance of the 5th member didn't bring hope, but only further highlighted the disappointment and doubt that had been simmering within the group. When the girl pleaded in desperation, "Please be the 5th member of the guild, registration is about to close," her panic surprised the guy in the cat-eared beanie. "When you started crying and begging for my help, it really shocked me," he said, half-jokingly. But the girl smiled softly. "Well, you are our savior. Thanks to you, we can participate in the tournament." However, she then asked mischievously, "Couldn't we have used the mercenary system for the qualifiers?" He explained, even if a player doesn't belong to any guild, they can still participate. They don't necessarily have to be an official member. She widened her eyes in surprise. "Mercenaries," he replied. "You didn't know?" And his gaze carried a hint of smugness for knowing the rules better. The mercenary system was the answer. For each match, a guild could hire up to 2 freelance players to fight on their behalf. If you were a solo player or not on the official list of 5 representatives for the guild, how could you participate? Thanks to this system, anyone could enjoy the event. "So, mercenaries, huh?" One person nodded in understanding. "If you need," the guy in the beanie smirked confidently, "I can introduce you." Runasuk? Ah, never mind. "It's been a while, it's good to see you again," the bespectacled friend said with a smile. "Yeah, we're not at the point where we need mercenaries, right?" the guy in the beanie replied. "Hearing that makes me happy. This time I'm pretty confident I can contribute." "That's good. Now then, let's talk strategy," the fox-eared girl chimed in. "Let's start right away." She pressed the button to activate the device. "Strategy is important, but..." The other person was still trembling slightly over something unsaid. "Today's just the first day. We don't need tactics," Crim said, as if trying to hide her nervousness. "Just jump into the match and get a feel for the atmosphere first," the fox-eared girl added. "The only thing you want is to rush into a fight, isn't it?" the bespectacled friend reminded, while Crim was trembling with excitement, already holding a dagger. "But that's true," another member nodded in agreement. "Then let's jump right in. Yehhh. The group raised their hands in unison. "Let the match begin." The screen lit up, signaling the official start of the match. This wasn't a PvP arena. The group of friends had just teleported to a completely different map, a dense forest, while they thought they were joining a regular match. "Is this a jungle?" one person exclaimed in shock. "This tournament uses randomly generated maps," a member explained. "Each match is search and destroy mode, no respawns." The atmosphere immediately became tense. "So we need to gather information, and that's where I shine." The guy in the beanie smiled confidently, pulling out a high-tech device from his bag. "Behold the most advanced technology Naval has ever created." The match began. As the signal sounded, the group charged forward without hesitation. "Wait, are you all just rushing in like that?" Runasuk shouted, still fumbling with the monitoring device. A member of the group replied, "It's just the qualifiers go all out. If we stumble even in the early matches, winning is just a dream." Runasuk sighed reluctantly. "Well, that makes sense." He hurried to catch up, yelling, "Don't leave Uncle Ryunosuke behind." Just as the enemy suggested splitting into teams, a dagger suddenly flew, nearly hitting a member's forehead, only stopped by a steel helmet. The group panicked, unsure where the dagger came from. While the enemy was still reacting, Crim unleashed her ultimate move, Secret Sword, Kakano, with a cold gaze while Ryunosuke cheered triumphantly, "That dagger was mine!" A sharp warning strike, marking the start of a fierce counterattack. Lycoris and her teammates suddenly charged into the enemy formation with overwhelming speed. With their special skills activated and the RIN effect radiating around them, they left the enemy unable to react. The opposing soldiers were flustered, frantically ordering to halt the attack, but it was too late. The control move had already been launched. One was tightly bound mid-action, struggling and shouting, "Is that a debuff?" while another screamed, "Get out of the way, get out of the way." But with that speed and momentum, any reaction was futile. The match was gradually tilting in favor of those who struck first. Under Lycoris's sharp blade and unstoppable speed, the enemy was wiped out in an instant. Her decisive strikes shattered armor into pieces, leaving the enemy dazed in the shattered light. One tried to call out, "Secure," but it was too late. The long-haired girl smiled triumphantly, softly uttering, "Easy peasy." The match ended with an absolute victory. The echoes of the attack still lingered as the word "win" appeared amidst the cheers of her teammates. "Let's keep this momentum rolling," and they continued forward without hesitation. Driven by their overwhelming victory, the members of Genocide Abyss seemed transformed. Lycoris, Crim, and their teammates not only maintained their momentum, but also shook up the server's rankings. Every move they made was tied to their rise in the rankings. The guild name Genocide Abyss was continuously marked by strong upward arrows, rising 913, 1752, then 2438 places, a telling number that showed their unstoppable progress. Among thousands of names on the leaderboard, they shone brightly as if declaring decisively, "From here, we are the leaders." After a series of consecutive victories, Genocide Abyss was rapidly climbing the ranks, now at position 140, an unimaginable number compared to where they started. Everyone was tired, but their spirits were soaring. New weapons amplified their strength, and the win streak bonus gave them a huge point advantage. Though they hadn't yet entered the top 64, it was clear that if they maintained this momentum, they would soon reach the inner circle. The race was fierce, but their tactics and skills were gradually helping them break through, step by step proving Genocide Abyss was no longer a name to be underestimated. At the end of the first day of competition, Genocide Abyss had to pause their progress for very mundane reasons. Some had to go to work, others were busy with household chores. Despite being on a winning streak, they understood that they could only hire a maximum of 2 mercenaries, not enough to sustain battles if core members were missing. Still, their spirits remained optimistic. It was only the first day, and they still had time and opportunities ahead. As the city lights came on, the story temporarily closed with a silent promise. Tomorrow, they would return stronger. Crim looked out the window, her heart full of conflict. While everyone else had logged out of the game, she was still stuck inside, a reality that seemed to become more real to her by the day. Though she knew she shouldn't think like that, she couldn't help but vaguely wish to stay in this world forever. Before going to bed, she turned on her device to check the rankings again, a habit she couldn't break. Behind her cold demeanor was loneliness and a sense of being left behind, as the game gradually became the only place where she felt truly alive. Awakened by a sense of unease, Crim immediately checked the rankings and was horrified to find that her guild had dropped to rank 700 overnight. She was shocked by the speed at which their rivals were climbing, while her teammates explained that large guilds always rotated members to fight continuously 24/7. This event system didn't evaluate individuals but relied on the overall strength of the guild, so the number of people and their activity frequency were key factors. Crim suddenly realized the true scale and competitiveness of this event. Crim wasn't discouraged by the difficulty. Even though their guild only had 5 members and had dropped significantly in rank, she was determined to counterattack with a giant slayer strategy, challenging much stronger teams to earn higher ranking points if they won. She proposed continuously queuing for random matches until they encountered a powerful team, then going all out to defeat them. The goal, to turn the tide and break into the top 64 with quality wins rather than quantity. It was the beginning of an ambitious overthrow. The giant killer plan seemed to intrigue the entire team. The bespectacled member argued sharply that if successful, the benefits would be immense, especially when considering the win streak. But Ryunosuke remained skeptical, worried that the randomness of the queue would deter the powerful guilds from participating. Crim calmly responded with a confident statement. While waiting to log in, she had thoroughly researched. The ranking system doesn't favor strong guilds if they only crush weaker opponents, so they are forced to dive into random queues to earn points. And that's precisely when Genocide Abyss waits to strike. Crim continued her analysis with a sharp gaze. The reason top guilds are currently focusing on random matches is the win streak reward system. If they risk competing in the competitive comp queue, just one loss would cut off the entire streak reward, making the risk too great. Therefore, instead of playing fair, they switch to grinding points in the open queue, continuously battling weaker guilds for easy points. Ryunosuke sighed sarcastically. Essentially, it's just an elaborate form of smurfing by the big players. Next plan was clear. The team would hunt down major guilds when they appeared in the random queue. Though they knew this relied heavily on luck, for Crim and her teammates it was the most exciting part. To maximize the chance of encountering strong teams, they decided to play through the night, between 2 to 5 a.m. when most casual players were offline. A risky strategy, but one with great potential. Still, when Ryunosuke asked how many hours the team had grinded, Crim's flustered expression said it all. Ryunosuke revealed he had grinded 280 hours in just 20 days since the game's release, leaving the team in awe. Crim, who casually mentioned she had played 120 hours, didn't even realize the extent of her dedication. The game's statistics mercilessly showed she had played over half the game's existence. As the atmosphere grew awkward, Hinjiku's timely arrival shifted the team's focus. No one said anything more. It was time to keep fighting. The team raised their hands in determination. The more matches, the better, and returned to the queue, their mindset unchanged, their spirits still blazing. Team Genocide Abyss was gaining momentum and confidence with each victory. While Hinjiku still kept her new weapon hidden, the atmosphere among the members was full of excitement and fun. The teasing, laughter, and anticipation before each match showed the special bond within the group. But it wasn't long before they charged into battle again with soaring spirits. Crim and her teammates rushed forward without hesitation, carrying an overwhelming momentum and deafening shouts. They weren't just fighting, they were crushing every challenge ahead. In this scene, Crim's team continued their dominant win streak against numerous guilds. On the volcanic terrain battlefield, they easily defeated enemies with speed and a sneak-in finish-fast tactic. Whether opponents tried to snipe from afar or unleash dramatic curses, Crim's team overcame them effortlessly, transitioning scenes with decisive win and next messages. Additionally, the defeated opponents had bizarre, humorous designs, from gloomy fortune-teller NPCs to warriors with tragic, sick little sister backstories, adding not only intensity but also sharp entertainment to the narrative, emphasizing the strong overpowering the weak. They continued their journey hunting for strong guilds on the leaderboard, but still hadn't encountered any worthy opponents, making the team question whether the giant killer strategy was truly viable. Crim raised the question of their current ranking, while Frey suggested the number of top guilds using that tactic might be fewer than expected, though their win streak still steadily boosted their rank. One member pleaded just to face a guild in the top 200, even willing to pray for it. Amidst this, the team discovered a new battle map shaped like a sunken city, possibly an ancient temple. Most paths were flooded, creating a distinct and somewhat mysterious atmosphere. Crim quickly pointed out a suspicious direction, hinting that something unexpected might be waiting for them there. We've reached rank 18. Finally, we've encountered a top guild. We can't let this opportunity go to waste. No objections, right? I'm fine with it. All right, everyone gear up. The coastline will be a bit tight. I can see the opponents now. They're pretty strong too. How do you feel about Plan E? I don't object. Good, let's proceed. Those who call themselves Saul Leon's rivals, the Night Ravens, rank 18, another crimson robe. Frey and his team just encountered a mysterious species they had never seen before, creatures with bird-like forms. While the group was still debating whether these were a special type of beastmen, they were surprised to learn that even among all the available species in the game, none could actually fly. The new map made them more cautious, signaling that a challenging battle lay ahead. Crim and his team finally found a strong opponent, the Night Ravens, ranked 18th overall. She exclaimed excitedly, "Finally, we've caught a top guild. We can't let this opportunity go to waste." The Night Ravens members remained calm, quietly accepting the battle plan. No objections, set up the weapons. And the battle was about to begin. Their name was announced, the noble Night Ravens, rank 18. One member immediately noticed something unusual. Another red cloak. In the next chapter, Crim's team discussed their opponents. They look like bird-like creatures. Frey confirmed, "Indeed, I've seen many mysterious species, but this is the first time I've seen bird-like ones." One member speculated, "They must be some kind of beastmen, but with more avian traits." The group wondered if their opponents could fly, but according to records, no species in the game had that ability yet. Lulu was surprised. That's strange. As they talked, they observed the map. "This lake is as deep as a competition swimming pool." Ryunosuke replied bluntly, "My drone is only for attacking, it can't help us fly." The Magius orb was specifically configured for combat. The terrain was narrow, with small platforms in the middle of the lake. One misstep and they'd fall into the water. Crim commented, "Compared to previous maps, this place is cramped. It's about the size of a baseball field." The team realized this battle would heavily depend on terrain and strategy. They've made it into the top 18. The group was thrilled to finally face a top guild, the Night Ravens, who claimed to be Saul Leon's rivals. No one objected to the battle plan, and everyone began preparing their equipment. Facing these strange, bird-like characters, the group remained vigilant. Although they had seen many different species in the game, this was the first time they encountered a bird-like one. The team wondered if their enemies could fly, but so far, no species in the game had that ability. They entered a new map, a sunken city with almost all paths submerged, making movement extremely dangerous. While surveying the terrain, they noticed the platforms in the middle of the lake were too small, and one slip would send them into the water. Ryanosuke was asked if he could fly using his drone, but his drone was only for attacking. They assessed the map as resembling a sports pool with unexpected depth. The center of the map was hard to reach, but the outskirts had stable ground, albeit requiring a detour. The team noticed the enemy was changing equipment, seemingly shifting to a sniper playstyle. Immediately, they decided to launch a swift attack on the center before the enemy could set up their defenses. They've reached rank 18. "Finally, we've met a top guild." Frey's team was filled with determination. "We can't let this opportunity go to waste." Meanwhile, the members of the noble Night Ravens, who claimed to be Saul Leon's rivals, were fully prepared. "No objections to Plan E, I've seen the enemy. This team seems strong." They immediately took their positions and set up their combat formation, while the main group was still speculating. What kind of species are they? "Beastmen, but more bird-like. Can they fly? All playable species so far can't fly, at least no one has discovered it yet." The team decided to approach the arena, a deep, waterlogged area with narrow paths like an obstacle course. "One misstep and you'll fall right in," the girl exclaimed as she looked at the lake. "It's like a sports pool." When someone suggested using a drone to fly over, Ryunosuke shook his head. "No, my drone is only for attacking." Observing the map, the team quickly realized the outskirts had stable terrain but required a long detour while the center was dangerous. But they noticed, the enemy is changing equipment. "That's right, they're shifting to a sniper formation. We have to attack the center now." And so the team launched their breakthrough strategy. "Start the attack now. If they gain momentum first, we're done for." The team began jumping across the small stone platforms in the lake. "Jumping across all of this sounds fun." Ryunosuke laughed. "This kind of map is my specialty." Frey's team was urgently deploying their strategy on the new map, but was surprised to find the enemy team also actively attacking. This confused them, as they had expected the enemy to choose a long-range sniper tactic. As both sides jumped onto floating platforms to approach the center, the tension grew. Visibility was blocked by structures, but as the smoke from bombs began to spread, a team member quickly warned, "Incoming fire." The enemy stopped midway, unclear whether they were adjusting their tactics or caught off guard by the impending counterattack. The atmosphere was tense as the storm was about to hit. "The enemy team is also advancing. I didn't expect that. I thought they were using a long-range strategy. It's strange that they left their starting point." The characters began jumping across the floating platforms in the lake, ready for the water-based battlefield. At the same time, a barrage of artillery fire began raining down. "Incoming artillery! They've stopped!" A sudden wave of magic erupted, and a female character's body began to crack with a popping sound. "What is happening?" She panicked as her body began to react strangely. "Suddenly, my body..." An unexpected transformation was taking place mid-battle, signaling a new twist was about to unfold. The enemy team is also pushing forward. "I didn't expect that," the short-haired girl murmured, her sharp eyes scanning the battlefield. Another member analyzed, "I thought they were going for a sniper tactic, but it's strange that they left their starting point." Meanwhile, from above, the enemy team members rushed in like arrows, tearing through the air with a series of long-range attacks that covered the lake's surface. "Incoming artillery!" Someone shouted a warning. "They've stopped." A tall, bird-like character stood firmly on a stone platform in the middle of the water, noticing the change in situation. The battle was about to enter a tense phase. The Genocide Abyss team charged into the battle with overwhelming momentum, starting with their realization that this map was a waterlogged swamp area. After a series of consecutive victories, they aimed to defeat powerful guilds. As the new match began, they quickly discovered their opponents, the noble Knight Ravens, ranked 18th on the server, a worthy opponent they had been eager to face. At the same time, the Raven team showed no signs of hesitation, fully prepared and choosing a direct confrontation. Crim and his team didn't miss the opportunity, immediately launching an attack and jumping across stone platforms to seize the center of the map. But the Night Ravens also counterattacked, and both sides clashed in a tense showdown in the middle. As the battle lines met, a mysterious spell from the enemy momentarily paralyzed Crim and a few others. Crim unexpectedly fell into the water, her body feeling like stone, unable to move. She panicked as she realized she was sinking. However, the effect seemed to last only momentarily. She began to move again, but was still trapped underwater. The enemy immediately used a tactic to freeze the lake's surface, trapping them. The Genocide Abyss team was in chaos, pushed into a dangerous situation. However, Frey remained calm, observing and analyzing the situation. Crim realized the enemy couldn't freeze the entire lake. There might still be a way out. The battle was now not just a test of skill, but also a mental duel under intense pressure. The enemy team is also closing in. That was unexpected. I thought they were going for a long-range strategy. It's strange to see them leave their starting point. Are they jumping across the entire area? That looks fun. This kind of map is definitely this old man's specialty. If they gain the upper hand, we're done for. Start the counterattack now. That guy is freezing the water's surface. Damn it, we're trapped. Is he trying to drown us? If they want to create chaos, the water here is more than enough. But that's not good at all. No, this lake is too big to freeze entirely. But we can't stay underwater forever. The ice is quite thin, easy to break, but if we just peek out, we'll be shot down immediately. It feels like playing a game of whack-a-mole, and we're the moles. If it were me, the next move I'd make is a piercing lightning spell. There's no time left. We have to risk it and get out. Sora, one of them just popped out. In the battle taking place in the deep, waterlogged lake area, Frey's team was surprised to find the enemy team also moving actively instead of holding a sniper position as they had expected. As the characters rushed toward the center, the Night Ravens began firing arrows and launching long-range ice magic attacks, freezing the lake's surface and trapping the main characters underwater. Frey realized that if they didn't escape quickly, the entire team would be wiped out in this disadvantageous position. Just when it seemed there was no way out, an unmanned device, the Magius Orb, pre-programmed by Runesuk, automatically activated its attack mode, breaking the hold. Its sudden appearance became the only chance for a counterattack and opened up hope for Frey's team to turn the tide in this fierce battle. After their initial attack strategy was discovered by the enemy, the team quickly switched to a breakthrough plan by swimming underwater. The enemy anticipated this and began freezing the surface to limit their escape. As the pressure mounted, Runesuk quietly activated the Magius Orb's automatic mode, catching the enemy off guard and disrupting their spellcasting. Seizing the opportunity, Ilia recklessly burst out of the water, leaving the support role to her teammates and drawing fire toward herself. The drone was shot down, and the enemy thought their opponents had given up, waiting for their prey to surface. But at that moment, a decisive counterattack was being prepared underwater. Frey's team finally clashed with a high-ranking guild, the Night Ravens, ranked 18th overall. No one in the team objected, and both sides were ready for battle. Despite the formidable appearance of their opponents, Frey was determined not to miss this opportunity. While observing the terrain, the team quickly realized their opponents were a bird-like species, a rare type they had never seen before. Although they speculated that these creatures could fly, Runesuk confirmed that no species in the game could actually fly. The team shifted their focus to terrain tactics. The center area was narrow and dangerous, but the surrounding areas had more stable ground. At that moment, the enemy team began changing equipment, shifting to a sniper setup. Recognizing this as an opportunity, Frey decided to launch a preemptive strike to seize control of the center. Despite the obstacles of distance and terrain, the team charged forward, jumping across floating platforms. However, the enemy team also began moving, contrary to the expectation that they would hold a long-range position. Shortly after, a fierce barrage of area of effect skills was unleashed, causing Frey's team to fall into the lake. The water was deep, movement was difficult, and the team was momentarily paralyzed. As Frey gradually recovered, she realized the lake's surface was being frozen by the enemy, trapping them underwater. The situation was extremely unfavorable, trapped under the ice while the enemy on shore was ready to snipe. But thanks to the automatic mode of Ryunosuke's drone, a counterattack was initiated, breaking the enemy's formation. Frey took advantage of this opportunity to surface and distract the enemy, creating space to protect her teammates. The daring plan began with a deep dive and a sudden emergence from the edge of the lake. A decisive strike was taking shape. Frey's team finally found a worthy opponent in the top 20, the Night Ravens, ranked 18th. No one in the team objected, and everyone quickly prepared their weapons. This time, their opponents were not only strong but also well-organized and claimed to be Saul Leon's rivals. At the same time, the Night Ravens began deploying Plan E with an archer and mage formation, ready to confront the enemy. A waterlogged map, narrow terrain, and slippery surfaces made every move dangerous. Other top guilds seemed to avoid direct confrontation to preserve their winning streaks. But Frey's team chose differently, chasing the big players to earn high rewards. When the first attacks from the Night Ravens hit, one of Frey's team members was unexpectedly petrified and fell into the water. The team began to panic, trapped under the frozen lake. Unable to sit still and wait for death, a daring plan was executed. Lure the enemy to bombard the ice surface to create an opening for a counterattack. Ryunosuke's combat drone activated its automatic mode, interrupting the enemy's magic and creating an opportunity to break the encirclement. As Frey led the team to surface from underwater, the situation immediately reversed. However, victory was still far away. Frey had to separate from the team to draw fire, clearing the way for the others. She charged toward the edge of the map, where tall pillars provided a tactical advantage. Although the enemy quickly realized her intent and concentrated their fire, Frey continued to press forward, looking for a close-range counterattack opportunity. A strategic battle with unfavorable terrain, flexible skills, and bold decisions was pushing this confrontation to its climax. When Frey's team finally encountered a top 20 guild, the noble Night Ravens, no one objected to the deployment of the battle plan. Both sides quickly arranged their formations, with the enemy being powerful and professional bird-like warriors. While discussing strategy, Frey's team decided to take advantage of the usual offline time of regular players to seek out large guilds, aiming to defeat the big players to earn more ranking points. After a series of victories, they were brought to a waterlogged map with narrow paths and slippery terrain, where even a small mistake could lead to defeat. The enemy began using trapping and blockade tactics by freezing the lake's surface, leaving Frey's team trapped underwater in a dangerous situation. Frey and her teammates had to find ways to avoid damage while guessing the enemy's tactics. Moments later, Ryunosuke's drone automatically attacked, creating an opportunity for Frey to surface, separate from her teammates, and carry out a diversion. While the enemy was confused about the real target, Frey suddenly attacked a stone pillar, not to deal damage, but to create a stable platform in the precarious terrain. Unease spread through the enemy ranks as they realized they had underestimated her intent, and the real counterattack had yet to begin. Chapter 38 concludes with the platinum-haired girl's direct dive from the sky to shatter the ice pillar, creating stable ground and deceiving the enemy into thinking she was recklessly charging alone. However, that spine tomahawk move wasn't just an attack but also preparation for a counterattack strategy. At the start of Chapter 39, she continues to charge through the enemy's firepower, forcing them to redirect all their attacks toward her. While one enemy shouts, "Snipe her!" Another helplessly responds, "It's on cooldown." Despite facing 4 arrows head-on and 7 from above, the girl calmly analyzes. The enemies with chicken heads and petrification skills are cockatrices, and she even calls one of them Cockachan. Her goal is clear, to divert all attention away from Frey and the group underwater. By recklessly drawing all the fire, she's betting everything on a chance to turn the tide. A series of tense situations unfold. Frey's team finally encounters a top 20 guild, Night Ravens, and immediately deploys the Giant Slayer tactic. Despite facing enemies with sniping skills and control abilities, Frey's team doesn't passively defend but instead launches a counterattack by exploiting the terrain's weakness, the area with thin, fragile ice. While the group is pressured and the lake's surface is frozen to submerge them, Frey deploys drones in auto mode, paving the way for her teammates to break the encirclement. The decisive female protagonist charges onto the water's surface, drawing fire and shattering pillars to create a stable ice platform, leaving the enemy stunned. As the enemy remains suspicious of her true intentions, she completes the first step in her counterattack plan. The chapter ends with an arrow-dodging sequence and preparations for a countermove in a breathless battle. Seamless storytelling showcasing the team's initiative, wit, and solid teamwork. The white-haired girl emerges from the icy water with a cold, determined gaze, placing all her trust in Ryunosuke and the others. When the drone is shot down, the enemy cheers, re-establishing their sealing magic, unaware that she has already changed direction. She dives back to the ice's edge, separating from the main formation, deliberately drawing attention. The enemy mistakes her for preparing an ambush, but in reality, she's creating a more stable ice platform to pave the way for a counterattack. Meanwhile, arrows, magic, and energy bullets rain down on her, forcing her to move continuously, gliding swiftly across the ice. She exploits the terrain's instability to force the enemy to misfire, closing the distance. When hit by a barrage of attacks, the enemy thinks they've finished her. But with her exceptional dodging skills, she uses the enemy's magic bullets as a shield, slipping under the bridge, leaving everyone bewildered. And while they're still stunned, she glides past, ready to deliver the finishing blow. Her movement is just unreal. Frey's team finally approaches one of the top guilds, Night Ravens, ranked 18th. No one in the group opposes the plan to engage. Both sides quickly prepare. While Frey and her teammates discuss strategy, the enemy evaluates their strength and begins deploying serious combat plans. Frey notices the enemy shifting to long-range tactics and immediately proposes a preemptive strike to seize the map's center. A tense chase begins, with the group leaping across stone platforms on the water to close in on the enemy. Simultaneously, the enemy unexpectedly pushes their formation forward, making Frey's team realize they're not just playing defensively. During the skirmish, the group is hit by a paralysis effect, causing them to fall into the deep lake and lose mobility. Just when it seems they'll be wiped out, Ryunosuke activates the drone's auto-attack mode to create a counterattack opportunity. Frey seizes the moment to break the lake's surface and help everyone escape. But the situation remains extremely tense as the lake's surface begins to freeze, a highly dangerous containment tactic. The group must figure out how to break the ice while avoiding long-range attacks. Frey takes the initiative to separate from the group, executing a risky tactic to mislead the enemy. She uses a pillar as a springboard to launch herself high and unexpectedly attacks a weak ice section, creating a path for the group to swim up from underwater. Frey's boldness and flexibility leave the enemy unable to predict her true intentions, forcing them to scatter their firepower and fall into a passive position. With her superior movement skills and quick battlefield analysis, Frey gradually turns the tide, making even a top 20 guild wary. Freya is being targeted from above and all sides, with relentless attacks raining down at an unbelievable speed. While the enemy panics, discussing petrification skills and cooldown times, Freya focuses solely on her mission, to distract and draw attention away from Frey's group. When 7 beams of light descend from above, she immediately reacts, rolling to dodge and then looking up to counter the pursuing attacks. The ambushers think they've cornered her, but Freya quickly uses a large ice block as a shield, dives down, and throws a grappling hook to slip under the bridge. She leaves the entire enemy team in awe, a rank 600 player moving like the ace of a top-tier team. When Freya unexpectedly fires an energy orb, the ice surface explodes, causing the enemy to panic. Frey then uses selective destruction magic to shatter the lake's surface, creating an opportunity for the team to launch a counterattack. The white-haired girl continues her reckless assault, forcing the enemy into a defensive position. Pushed to the brink, the enemy decides to counterattack with their petrification skill, which has just come off cooldown. They believe that petrifying her will turn the battle in their favor. However, as soon as the skill is activated, her expression changes. A slight glance, a smirk, the enemy begins to panic. "Has she figured it out?" they exclaim. Even though their roar skill is the quietest in the game, she still covers her ears in time. They see no confusion in her eyes, only a challenge. They realize too late. What they're facing isn't a rank 600 rookie, but a true ace. A fierce confrontation unfolds between top contenders in the virtual arena. Despite being pushed into a difficult position, Frey's team takes the initiative to attack, pushing the front line to gain an advantage. Frey makes a daring leap across slippery floating platforms in the lake, making the enemy think they've landed a hit. But she quickly dives down, using the bridge as a shield and approaching from below. Meanwhile, the bird-like enemies prepare to unleash their petrification skill, seemingly securing victory. However, Frey quickly recognizes the skill's summoning sound and covers her ears to evade the effect, causing the attack to fail. Without stopping, she tricks the enemy into exhausting their skills and counters with a massive explosion under the ice, creating a path for her teammates to surface. A swift counterattack ensues. Although the enemy quickly stabilizes their formation and plans a blockade, Frey manages to create distance, drawing all attention to herself. Her bold and precise actions force the enemy commander to admit, she's not ranked 600. She deserves to be the ace of the strongest team. The enemy decides to use their petrification skill again, but Frey remains calm, making them think she's panicking. One of the enemy members realizes Frey has detected the summoning sound and is about to neutralize the attack. Meanwhile, another enemy prepares to deceive Frey with a fake roar, hopping to lure her into a trap. The battle of wits and speed reaches its most intense phase. A grueling battle takes place on the frozen lake, where Frey's group faces an army capable of petrifying their opponents. After scouting the situation, Frey decides to lure the enemy with a bold tactic, attacking their very weakness. When the enemy prepares to unleash their petrification skill, Frey quickly detects the signs and covers her ears, neutralizing the seemingly invisible technique. The enemy thinks she's panicking, but falls right into the psychological trap she's set. She takes advantage of the moment when the enemy is busy covering their ears, unable to hold weapons, and charges in for a counterattack. Every move is carefully calculated, deceiving the enemy with a confident smile masking her tension. In an instant, the battlefield shifts, and an overwhelming counterattack is poised to end the match. The girl with a red ribbon in her hair accelerates forward, narrowly dodging a barrage of bullets from the enemy. The opposing team notices this bold movement but remains calm, preparing their petrification skill to stop her. However, she shows no fear. Instead, her confident smile only flusters the enemy. Realizing the distraction tactic, the enemy hastily gathers their strength for a decisive strike, but she's already anticipated it. While the enemy is still confused by their skill being nullified due to covering their ears, she suddenly closes in. With both hands still covering their ears, they're completely unable to react. She delivers a devastating kick, striking the enemy leader square in the face. The battle shifts in an instant. She not only dodges the petrification, but also turns the enemy's hesitation into a fatal counterattack opportunity. The girl descends at an astonishing speed, delivering a direct kick to the enemy. Before they can react, they're overwhelmed by a relentless assault. One of the opposing team members exclaims in shock, realizing this is the person Saul Leon once mentioned. While he's still reeling from the precise counterattack, the girl continues to unleash a series of powerful moves, tightly controlling the situation. His teammates panic, urgently calling for a retreat. Another is stunned that she can even block attacks with. Her foot, her arrogance, and initiative cause the entire enemy team to lose their footing in an instant. While Frey's group has just reached rank 18 and prepares for the next match, an opposing group named Night Ravens has also completed their preparations with a tactic called Plan E. Both sides head toward the central battlefield area, filled with small jumping platforms over a deep lake, making movement extremely risky. Frey's team quickly realizes the enemy is shifting to a sniper configuration and decides to counter with a preemptive strike. As the group leaps onto the floating platforms, they notice the enemy is also advancing, raising suspicions about their true strategy. A rain of arrows and magic skills pours down as the two sides clash, and immediately part of Frey's group is frozen in the water. The enemy uses ice to trap them, trying to disrupt their formation. But Frey remains calm, using drones to attack and create an opening for her teammates to escape. Seizing the opportunity, she risks jumping out of the water, distracting the enemy and shattering an ice pillar to create a new attack path. While the enemy thinks she's panicking, Frey is actually luring them in and preparing to deliver the finishing blow. She makes the enemy believe she'll use a petrification skill through a scream, but the real skill has a different condition. When the enemy can't both cover their ears and attack, Frey charges in, disarms them, and finishes them with a direct double kick. After the overwhelming maneuver, the team escapes the frozen situation, and the enemy collapses in horror, confirming that the white-haired girl is the one Saul Leon once mentioned. The battle ends with a resounding victory. The long-haired girl stands amidst the devastation with celebratory fireworks and a massive scoreboard behind her, plus 768 and plus 421 bonus points for a winning streak. Frey asks in disbelief, "Did we win?" while her teammates excitedly shout, "We're getting a ton of points!" And check the rankings now. Sure enough, the team's rank skyrockets, surpassing renowned guilds like Kitty Kitty Cats and Genocide Abyss. With the bonus points from the winning streak, they climb to a very high rank, leaving the team unable to contain their excitement. Compared to previous maps, this arena is smaller, about the size of a baseball field, and divided by a vast lake with narrow, scattered platforms on the water's surface. One misstep, and you'd fall straight into the deep lake like a competition pool. Meanwhile, Ryunosuke's drone can't be used for flying, but only for attack support. The members quickly realize the opposing team is shifting to a sniping tactic, so they decide to launch a preemptive strike by jumping onto the floating platforms to seize the center. The team moves urgently because any delay in letting the enemy take the initiative would leave them at a complete disadvantage. However, the enemy unexpectedly launches a full-scale attack, contrary to the long-range strategy they imagined. Both sides clash fiercely. Just as Frey's team is crossing the lake, artillery fire rains down, creating immense pressure. When Frey's formation is surrounded underwater, the lake's surface freezes to trap them. However, one member cleverly uses the selective blast spell to break the ice, opening a path for a counterattack. On the other side, Crimson reaches the shore, luring the enemy into using their petrification skill. However, she pretends to be anxious, tricking them into being distracted by the fear of the roar skill activating. Meanwhile, she closes in at high speed, using the Petrify beat move combined with a spinning kick and unbelievable movement, attacking the enemy formation while they're off guard. One enemy is kicked away, while another is caught off guard with both hands still covering their ears to prevent the petrification skill. Her agility and coordination overwhelm the entire enemy, quickly causing them to lose control. When Crimson completes her mission, her teammates underwater also surface, confirming the enemy's defeat. The final scene is the group celebrating their brilliant victory, rapidly climbing the ranks thanks to their consecutive wins. The livestream explodes with reactions to the comeback and the protagonist's unbelievable combat skills, the girl known as Crimson Robe. The white-haired girl continued to lead the battle in a disadvantageous situation, using her quick wit and personal skills to turn the tide. While her team thought she had been cornered, she unexpectedly breached the ice trap tactic with a surprise attack, then took advantage of the enemy's distraction to escape. The bold counterattack left the opponents stunned, especially when she pretended to be affected by the petrification skill, only to deceive them with a leg strike, dodging and countering simultaneously. The enemy team was confused, overwhelmed by her speed and initiative. As a result, Frey's team secured the victory, earning massive points along with a winning streak. The group was thrilled as the giant killer tactic had been maximized in effectiveness, while the online community was still debating the true identity of the Crimson Headhunter Knight. In another corner, two other players commented that, although the identity was unclear, Crim and Headhunter's playstyles were too similar to be a coincidence. Rumors spread, but the truth remained unconfirmed, maintaining the mystery of the girl in the red cloak. Team Frey unexpectedly executed a tactic of leaping across stone platforms, initiating an early attack that caught the enemy off guard. Although they thought the opponent would choose a long-range sniping strategy, both sides actively moved into the central area. When the enemy launched a simultaneous attack, Phantom reacted swiftly, charging ahead while attacking and observing the situation. The enemy countered with a barrage of cannon fire, forcing Team Frey to quickly jump into the water. Phantom felt her body stiffen as if petrified, but the effect lasted only momentarily. Despite regaining mobility, Team Frey faced difficulties being underwater. The enemy immediately froze the lake's surface, intending to trap them beneath the ice and launch an assault. Phantom realized this but calmly analyzed the situation. The lake was too large to freeze entirely, and the enemy only aimed to create chaos. While searching for a way to break the ice and reach the shore, they predicted the enemy would use lightning magic to pierce the water. When an enemy member noticed Phantom breaking through the ice and emerging, she decided to risk escaping the water with sheer strength. At the same time, Ryunosuke's drone activated its automatic attack mode, nullifying the enemy's spell and clearing the way for Phantom to surface. Phantom charged forward to distract, trusting her teammates to handle the rest. When the drone was shot down, she redirected to the lake's edge, closing in on the enemy. A volley of arrows flew toward her, but she reacted in time, destroying a stone pillar to create a stable foothold. The enemy didn't understand her intentions, but gradually realized her goal was to create stable ground for the next attack. Despite being immobilized, Phantom cleverly deceived the enemy with a feigned, worried expression, luring them into using the petrification skill. She exploited the skill's requirement of covering ears to avoid petrification, rendering the enemy unable to use their weapons. In that instant, Phantom unleashed a double kick straight to the face, countering and breaking the passive stance. The enemy was stunned as she attacked and defended simultaneously. After the reverse kick, Phantom executed a cross-legged ultimate move, decisively countering and throwing the entire enemy team into chaos. The enemy was horrified to realize she was the Crimson Robe, figure Saul Leon had mentioned. Team Frey seized the opportunity to break through, securing a dominant victory. The score skyrocketed, exciting the entire team. On the leaderboard, they jumped dozens of ranks thanks to their consecutive wins. As everyone eagerly prepared for the next qualifying round, netizens began debating Crimson Robe's true identity. Some believed she was female, while others still thought she was male. Regardless of the speculation, Phantom's achievements spread far and wide. Other members speculated that Crimson Robe was truly hiding her gender under the fully sealed armor. And indeed, the final image showed Phantom quietly removing her helmet in peace, with a resolute expression, ready for the next match. Crimson's team was also pushing forward. The white-haired girl frowned, unable to hide her surprise. "I didn't expect them to leave the respawn area." Another teammate furrowed his brow. "I thought they'd go for a long-range strategy." As both sides approached the central area, flares and sudden massive assaults erupted across the battlefield. A flash of light appeared, and the enemy commander immediately warned, "Incoming, be careful." But then they suddenly stopped. The tension was palpable. A sense of unease spread across the battle lines. At that moment, one of their team members began to glow. "What the hell?" The white-haired girl panicked, looking at her trembling hand. "My body, I can't move, it's like I'm petrified." A moment later, the paralysis vanished. She struggled out of the water. "No, wait, I can move again. Was it just a momentary paralysis?" Meanwhile, the entire team was submerged in the surrounding water. "If we don't get out of here soon, we'll be wiped out." Someone shouted. Immediately, the lake's surface began to freeze. A member yelled, "That guy, he's freezing the lake." Horrified glances were exchanged. "Damn it, we're trapped. Are they trying to drown us?" But then the team leader calmly analyzed. "No, the lake's too big to freeze entirely. This is just to cause confusion." Still, they couldn't stay underwater forever. They had to act. "It's like a game of whack-a-mole, except this time we're the moles," someone muttered. "The ice is thin, we can break it. But if we surface, we'll be shot." With no time to think, a member unleashed a thunder strike, shattering the lake's surface. Thunder strike penetration. At that moment, a drone appeared, automatically attacking. "It's Ryunosuke's drone." The white-haired girl's eyes lit up with hope. "It has an automatic mode. Great, this is our chance." She immediately burst out of the water, breaking the encirclement. "I trust Frey and the others to you." But the drone was shot down shortly after. "The drone's down." Quickly re-established the suppression magic. While the enemy was confused by the lack of anyone surfacing, the girl quietly circled to the edge of the ice. "Is she planning a surprise attack?" a soldier wondered. "I've separated from Frey and the others. I need to draw their attention from here." Just then the enemy noticed. "Shoot her down. Use heavy dark weapons." "The ice is too slippery. Should we circle around the edge?" The girl didn't hesitate to unleash her ultimate move. Spine Tomahawk. Slammed her axe into a pillar. "What is she doing?" the soldier yelled. But then the team leader realized. "She's creating a more stable surface," and immediately followed by an uneasy deduction. "Before she approaches, there are still 4 people underwater. Could it be?" As the new chapter began, the girls' team officially turned the tables spectacularly. "Sniper incoming, be careful." "Huh, what about the petrification spell?" "Countered. Just need to draw their attention away from Frey and the others." Taking down 1 or 2 would be even better, the girl thought to herself. Meanwhile, the enemy still couldn't use their skills because she dodged too quickly. 4 direct attacks and 7 more from above. She swiftly avoided the first wave. As for the ones from above, they're probably guided projectiles. As the volley exploded, the entire enemy team believed she had been taken down. Got her. How could she dodge that? But then one of them realized. She used the drone's wreckage as a shield and dived under the bridge. What the hell, her movement technique is monstrous. And so, while the crowd was still in shock, she burst out of the water. "Way to come in clutch, Frey." The battle turned and her team secured the victory. The leaderboard updated. "Guild Kitty Kitty Cats has risen to rank 235, the team cheered. "With this winning streak, we've jumped a ton of ranks." Some began debating Crimson's true identity. Is she female? No, she's probably male. Crimson from Do is someone else. Isn't that just a classic trope? A beauty hiding in armor. Meanwhile, 2 other players were following the rumors spreading online. There's a ton of theories that Crim is actually Headhunter ever since Night Raven's live stream. The story was far from over, it had only just begun. The long-haired girl leaped up from the lake's surface, dodging a storm of attacks from the enemy, with all eyes fixed on her. Both teams thought they had determined their strategies from the start, but unexpectedly the opponent aggressively closed in. Underwater, the team members panicked as they couldn't move, their bodies feeling as if petrified. The lake's surface froze, trapping Frey's team. Just when it seemed they were doomed, Ryunosuke's drone suddenly activated, breaking the stalemate. The lead girl seized the opportunity, separating herself from her teammates and executing a bold feint from the edge of the ice. Her spine tomahawk strike shattered a pillar, making the enemy think she was retreating alone. In reality, her goal was to create a stable platform for a counterattack. Immediately after, a fierce chase ensued as she was surrounded by a barrage of attacks. She dodged each arrow, then suddenly countered, using a pillar as a shield against a wave of spells. Not only did she survive, but she also skillfully maneuvered under the bridge, distracting everyone. The enemy realized they had misjudged her. The girl they thought was rank 600 actually had the skill of a top ace. When one of the enemies prepared to unleash the petrification skill, she noticed a subtle movement of their ears and blocked the attack in time, countering with a devastating kick to the unprepared enemy's hands. Her swift, decisive, and bold actions left the entire enemy team in awe. Finally, Team Frey broke through the encirclement and escaped the ice. The victory screen displayed, their points skyrocketed, and their rank surged thanks to their consecutive wins. The team regrouped, cheering each other on and preparing to advance to the main qualifiers. Meanwhile, online forums buzzed with debates about the true identity of the Crimson Headhunting Knight. Some believed it was the girl who had just fought, while others argued she had never PK'd, even presenting contradictory evidence. Regardless, the public erupted with countless theories and arguments, as no one could definitively determine who exactly was the girl in the red cloak. Crim pretended to be affected by the paralysis but quickly recovered, her body momentarily petrified, surprising the enemy. She was immediately pulled underwater with her teammates, losing mobility due to the lingering effect. However, she quickly regained control, sensing danger as the lake's surface froze above them. While the group was trapped under the ice, they had to act cautiously to avoid detection. Crim realized the enemy was preparing to cast a lightning spell, forcing her to break through the ice before being attacked. Just as she surfaced, Ryunosuke's automated device activated in time, nullifying the enemy's spell and opening a path for a counterattack. Crim didn't miss the opportunity, assigning the task of protecting Freya to the device while she herself charged forward to distract. While the enemy thought she was retreating, Crim used her speed to approach the edge of the ice, creating stable ground with her spine tomahawk pillar strike. Her target wasn't the enemy, but rather a foothold for the counterattack. She continued to advance, throwing the enemy into chaos as they thought she was trying to circle around. When the enemy attempted to use the petrification skill to stop her, Crim feigned worry but had already anticipated their plan and covered her ears in time to neutralize the roar skill. The enemy, seeing Crim unresponsive to the skill, thought she was scared and moved in aggressively. In that instant, Crim exploited the opening as the enemy's hands covered their ears, lunging forward and delivering a fatal kick to their chest. The kick was so powerful it sent them flying backward, unable to retaliate. The enemy team immediately confirmed that Crim was the person Saul Leon had mentioned. Team Crim swiftly secured the victory, climbing the leaderboard. Meanwhile, forums exploded with debates about Crim's true identity, rumored to be the Crimson Headhunting Knight. Some argued she was female, while others disagreed. Though there was no definitive proof, many began comparing Crim's fighting style to headhunters, noting their similarities. The rumors spread further, especially after another group shared evidence that Crim had used her teammates as shields during an attack. However, the debate continued as no one could confirm Crim's true identity. While players argued, strong teams like Nord Glacier and Azure Dragon Tempest remained strong contenders for the next round, though they hadn't yet revealed their full strength. After being submerged, the protagonist initially couldn't move, her body feeling as if petrified. However, the effect lasted only momentarily, and she quickly regained mobility. But while still underwater, the danger wasn't over. The enemy was freezing the lake's surface to trap the group below, forcing them into a passive position. Frey remained calm while her teammates feared being drowned. Though the thin ice could be broken, surfacing would immediately make them targets for snipers. Frey realized that if it were her, the next step would be to use a lightning spell to pierce the ice, and sure enough, it happened. With no time left, she decided to make a bold breakthrough. At the critical moment, a Magius orb appeared, revealing itself to be Runasuk's automated attack device, breaking the stalemate. Frey seized the opportunity to charge forward, entrusting the task of protecting her teammates to the device while she retreated to the edge of the ice, creating distance. This tactic confused the enemy, making them think she had given up. But then she suddenly lunged forward, executing a spine tomahawk throw at a pillar. The action seemed to miss its target, but in reality it was meant to create stable ground in the middle of the frozen lake to shift the battle's momentum. At the same time, her teammates trapped under the ice began to escape. While the enemy was still disoriented, Frey suddenly charged alone, drawing all their firepower toward her. With incredible dodging skills and maneuvers, she evaded the barrage of attacks, then used her own legs to block the enemy's weapons, stomping down and completely breaking their offensive stance. As the attack ended, Frey and her teammates surfaced, confirming the victory. The leaderboard updated, and the team jumped to rank 235. They were determined to go further, proving the effectiveness of their giant killer strategy. Meanwhile, the online community erupted with debates about the true identity of the Crimson Headhunting Knight. Was it really her? Was Crim female? Or was someone else using the account? Though there was no confirmation, Frey's masterful actions led many to believe she was the mysterious figure mentioned in legends. The story closed with discussions among other strong teams about the tactics and the recent battle, while also revealing that the strongest boss in Schwarzwald Forest had been defeated, though no one knew who had done it. Frey's mystery and talent left everyone with a big question. Who was she really? A figure standing on a tall stone pillar in the middle of the frozen lake suddenly cast a spell to freeze the water's surface. Frey's team was immediately trapped beneath the ice, leaving them panicked and questioning whether the enemy was trying to drown them. Though they knew the lake was too large to freeze completely, the situation was still dire. Frey remained calm, trying to deduce that if it were her, the next step would be to unleash a piercing spell. Just then, a bolt of lightning struck the lake. Frey decided she couldn't hesitate any longer, breaking through the ice despite the enemy's warnings. Suddenly, an automated orb, Magius Orb, began attacking the enemy, nullifying their spells. It was Runasuk's automated combat device, giving Frey and her team a chance to counterattack. A brave, long-haired girl broke through the ice, tasked with protecting Frey while she charged forward, drawing the enemy's fire. The enemy was baffled, not understanding her intentions as she approached from the outer edge. But she deliberately destroyed pillars to create more stable ground. With a powerful move called Spine Tomahawk, she targeted a stone pillar, making the enemy think she had missed. But one of them immediately became wary, realizing her true goal was to create a solid foundation for the next tactic. In the distance, the rest of her team, led by Frey, remained hidden underwater. Chapter 38 ended here. In Chapter 39, the long-haired girl continued to distract the enemy. She thought quickly, dodging spells and nodding that the enemy's petrification skill was still on cooldown. She noticed an enemy preparing to use the roar skill to immobilize her, but she covered her ears in time, making him think she was panicking. However, she used this as bait. The enemy was tricked into activating a fake roar, forcing him to drop his weapon and leaving him vulnerable to her high-altitude stomp, which he couldn't react to. After the unexpected strike, the livestream audience was amazed by her skills, confirming she was the crimson robe Saul Leon had mentioned. She continued to attack and defend simultaneously, preventing the enemy from closing in. The enemy had to call for Kaka-chan to retreat immediately. The battle ended with a resounding victory for Team Frey. They earned a massive score, quickly climbing the ranks and making a huge leap on the leaderboard. The team celebrated and planned to advance past the qualifiers. Elsewhere, the online community buzzed with debates about the true identity of the Crimson Headhunting Knight, rumored to be incredibly strong and possibly a girl. Some believed it was Crim, while others denied it, claiming their playstyles were just similar. Still, the theory that Crim is Headhunter spread further after a video from Noble Knight Ravens was shared. Meanwhile, Crim had never been seen using the Knight class, fueling even fiercer debates. Some even presented personal evidence, like screenshots of battles or being attacked by her, but conflicting information kept the truth unclear. In another corner, two members at a bar were evaluating the strong teams in the qualifiers. They believed major guilds like Nord Glacier and Azure Dragon Tempest hadn't yet used their strongest formations, as their goal was the finals. Meanwhile, another group noticed an intriguing announcement. The strongest boss in Schwarzwald Forest, the strongest monster, had been defeated for the first time. Though only one defeat was recorded in the system, no one knew which team had done it. People speculated that the boss was easy, but the truth remained unclear. A few revealed that the forest was incredibly beautiful and peaceful, but also held unpredictable mysteries. After distracting and drawing all the enemy's fire with a risky tactic like a mole on thin ice, Ryunosuke's team suddenly turned the tide when his automated drone appeared, canceling the enemy's spells. Seizing the opportunity, one of their members broke through the ice, throwing the enemy into chaos and temporarily halting their attacks. The long-haired girl burst out of the water, separating from her teammates and drawing attention to the edge of the ice while the main group remained safe. The enemy thought she was creating more favorable terrain but couldn't understand her true goal as she attacked a pillar, creating a stable platform for a counterattack. Under the enemy's bewildered gaze, she activated her spine tomahawk skill, strategically shattering the ice. At the same time, a barrage of attacks rained down from above, but she deftly avoided them and countered. She feigned fear of the petrification skill, forcing the enemy to cover their ears, creating an opening to close in. A sudden kick to the enemy's hands left them unable to react. From a defensive stance, she completely took the initiative, delivering a decisive blow. The enemy team was stunned to realize she was the potato girl Saul Leon had mentioned. As social media erupted with debates about the true identity of the Crimson Knight, the leader of the headhunters, players continued to argue endlessly between two camps. Was Crim male or female? The similarity in their fighting styles fueled suspicions about Crim-chan. From humorous comments to gameplay theories, the public was in an uproar. Meanwhile, top teams remained focused on raids and optimizing gear, unconcerned with the qualifiers. Suddenly, the system announced that the strongest monster in Schwarzwald Forest had been defeated, the first time since the game's launch. Everyone was baffled, as no one knew who had done it. The location, said to be unknown, Schwarzwald, suddenly became the center of attention. Players began speculating about who had soloed the boss, which had only been defeated once. While everyone was still confused, the main group of the Crimson Knight easily passed the qualifiers. As others worried about their opponents in the finals, they casually raised their glasses in celebration. The group chatted happily, even joking that if the match had been in the early morning, they might have slept through it and lost. Though social media was ablaze with debates, they simply celebrated lightly, showcasing their superior skill and unshakable unity. Ryunosuke's drone suddenly activated its automated attack mode, catching the enemy off guard and breaking their formation. The female protagonist seized the opportunity, entrusting Freya and the others to her teammates, then broke through, using the drone's attack as a diversion. While all attention was focused on her, she dashed to the edge of the ice and leaped onto a pillar, creating distance from her teammates to set up a counterattack. When the enemy noticed, she had already destroyed a pillar, creating more stable ground on the slippery ice. The enemy began to realize she wasn't simple and suspected she was preparing for a larger plan. The battle shifted in the enemy's disadvantage as the protagonist unleashed her ultimate move, Spine Tomahawk, disrupting the battlefield. While the enemy was still disoriented by the unexpected tactic, she controlled the pace of the battle, deceiving the enemy by feigning unease. She used the roar skill to bait the enemy into covering their ears, but in reality, she activated a skill that required free hands, Petrify beat, landing a surprise attack while the enemy was defenseless. Finally, she delivered a fatal kick that left the enemy unable to react. After the strike, her teammates celebrated the victory, climbing the ranks with their giant killer strategy. However, the online community began to question the true identity of the girl in red, the Crimson Headhunting Knight. Though many conflicting theories circulated, the truth remained unverified, making her a hot topic on forums. Amid the community's debates, shocking news was announced. The strongest boss, the strongest monster, had been defeated for the first time, but the one who did it remained a mystery. When checking the data, only one defeat was recorded, occurring in the Schwarzwald Forest. No one knew where it was located, further fueling curiosity. As the qualifiers ended, the remaining players celebrated wildly. The protagonist's team passed the qualifiers in 48th place, while the 65th ranked guild lost by just 5 points, missing their chance to advance with deep regret. The one who defeated the strongest monster boss had passed the qualifiers. Everyone raised their glasses in celebration, temporarily forgetting their fatigue. If the match had ended at 5 a.m., they would have surely collapsed. Fortunately, it ended at 10 p.m. Hinjiku seemed fine despite the late hour. The atmosphere was filled with joy and relief. Everyone was in a party mood, except for some losers drinking away their sorrows. Their guild ranked 48th with 24,738 points, enough to make the top 64, where the cutoff was 22,000. However, the gap between 64th and 65th place was just 5 points, a slim margin that left everyone in awe. Other guilds had their own rankings. Lily Garden at 12th with 30,150 points, Maid Gang at 13th with 29,945 points, and Black Wolf Squad at 4th with 32,782 points. Each group had its own strategy and pride. Some were exhausted, some were elated, but all were moving on to the next round. The qualifier leaderboard left the forum in shock. Nord Glacier and Azure Dragon Tempest easily took the top 2 spots, far ahead of the rest with an astonishing point gap. Some suspected a system error, but the reality was their overwhelming dominance. They were on a completely different level. Meanwhile, Tokai Corp and other guilds were left behind. Some comments argued that the current tournament format was tough for small, highly skilled groups, but that only made the top 2 guilds' dominance even more impressive. A girl with a ribbon in her hair wondered about Saul Leon and Zio. It seemed they still hadn't shown themselves. A conversation between 2 gamers revealed something surprising. The strongest members of the top 2 guilds hadn't even seriously participated in the qualifiers. Saul Leon just soloed Nidhogg, the Serpent God, the regional boss of H. Virgilmir's Spring, achieving the feat of being the first to defeat it. The system announced that he received the title Bearer of the Strongest Evil God's Grudge. Though he appeared exhausted from the overexertion of solo raiding, Saul's gaze remained cold and resolute amidst the devastated battlefield. At that moment, Ernesta, a member of Nord Glacier, appeared to inform him that the qualifiers had ended. Saul responded with a simple remark, as if everything he had just done was merely a warm-up. In front of Nidhogg's massive corpse, Ernesta appeared rather indifferent. When asked if she cared, she bluntly replied, "It's a big dead snake, obviously." Though Saul suggested she inspect it thoroughly, she insisted it would only drop some basic materials. She then left to observe further, leaving Saul to chuckle with a cryptic remark. "When your brother Luger isn't around, you're always this cold." Ernesta blushed fiercely, vehemently denying that she was a Brocken. While Saul was busy solo raiding, Ernesta took the opportunity to compile a list of guilds that had passed the qualifiers. Though familiar with many of the top names, she also acknowledged there were quite a few unfamiliar guilds. When Saul asked if she had found anything interesting, Ernesta nodded. She had spotted a few notable names. Saul immediately asked if Crim's guild had made it. Ernesta began double-checking, while Saul smiled faintly, saying that would save him some trouble. Crim is the leader of a guild with a sharp-edged name, Genocide Abyss. Ernesta confirmed they had passed the qualifiers in 48th place, a modest result but enough to advance to the next round. Saul seemed excited upon hearing the news, his cold gaze filled with determination. He wanted to face Crim in the finals. Ernesta countered, asking if he shouldn't be more concerned about Zio, the ace of Azure Dragon Tempest, instead. But she also admitted there were rumors Zio hadn't shown up at all during the qualifiers. Under the night sky illuminated by lanterns, 2 members of Azure Dragon Tempest were leisurely enjoying tea and conversation. One of them remarked that this place was gradually being perfected and would expand further once the open conquest phase began. When they called for Zio, the mysterious ace who had never shown himself, he finally responded from behind a door. Though he appeared at the right moment, Zio complained about being called too often and requested they stop adding the sama suffix to his name, showing he disliked excessive formality despite holding an extremely important position in the guild. While everyone was celebrating their victory in the qualifiers, Zio remained quietly seated alone in his room, enjoying the night view. When called to join the party, he gently replied that he would come out soon, along with a congratulatory remark as if passing the qualifiers was no big deal. To him, this was just a small milestone. His final statement, "This is your guild after all," was a subtle yet meaningful reminder, leaving the other person deep in thought. Zio then promised to report on another matter, hinting that he was still closely monitoring everything behind the scenes. A secret report was delivered to Zio. Kanatoki, the guild leader of Tokai Corp, had just been ousted through a vote of no confidence. The reason was his secret collusion with PK-focused guilds. Zio received the news with a relaxed, even pleased attitude, as Kanatoki had always harbored unwarranted animosity toward him. The messenger confirmed everything had gone according to plan. Finally, a message from the new Tokai Corp guild leader was read aloud. "Thank you for supporting the purge. I look forward to allying with Azure Dragon Tempest." Tokai Corp, the largest production guild, was now aligned with Azure Dragon Tempest, opening up opportunities for superior equipment upgrades. One member excitedly claimed their efforts had finally paid off, while another remarked, "It was worth being nice to them." Though still lagging behind Nord Glacier in crafting capabilities, the alliance with Tokai would help balance the power. Meanwhile, Zio brought up another matter, the player named Crim, who might very well be the crimson robe Saul Leon had mentioned. Her team had passed the qualifiers, and Zio believed Crim could easily advance to the finals. When asked if they should help Crim, Zio simply smiled, suggesting that a showdown between Crim and Saul would be the best drama. Zio flashed a sly smile, denying any ulterior motives behind his support for Crim. He shook his head gently, saying it was simply out of goodwill, nothing more. But his eyes gleamed with anticipation, like an observer waiting for the next big move. With the cryptic declaration, "I'm looking forward to the next round," Chapter 40 closed, leaving the impression that Zio was quietly pushing everything toward a long-calculated climax. Chapter 41 begins with a major shock. The Noble Night Ravens, the group that once caused a stir with their controversial livestream, failed to advance past the qualifying round. The two girls stood before the ranking board, their eyes wide with astonishment as they saw their guild ranked 81st, with even their name truncated due to their low position. Meanwhile, the other members were excitedly admiring the newly completed porch of their guild hall, completely unaware of the upheaval unfolding. When asked why they were so stunned, one of the two girls stammered, unable to hide her confusion. The once prominent name now raised questions. Wait, who are they again? The next shock came from the fact that the Petrifiers, the cockatrice group that once held the 18th position, also failed to advance past the qualifying round. When asked for the reason, a bespectacled member quickly explained that he had been researching since yesterday out of curiosity. With calm and certainty, he prepared to reveal the two main reasons behind the decline of this once top-tier group. The other members were all surprised, unable to believe that such a strong team could be eliminated so early. The reasons for the Petrifiers' failure were clearly revealed through two key points. First, the Noble Night Ravens had livestreamed too much, exposing their strategies and making them vulnerable to exploitation by opponents. Second, the unique species traits of the Petrifiers had been thoroughly analyzed by players, with all their weaknesses posted on the forums. Skills like Petrify Beat were exposed as easily countered by simple tricks like wearing earplugs. You reap what you sow. A cold remark echoed as the truth was laid bare, showing that in this world, a single misstep is enough to bring a team down from the top. The harsh truth gradually came to light. A member of the Noble Night Ravens had betrayed them, revealing the entire skill set and weaknesses of the cockatrice species on the forums. This completely shattered their strategies. Those who had once had the chance to choose the cockatrice species, but opted for a basic species instead, still understood its mechanics, making it easy to exploit its weaknesses. From then on, the entire team became predictable and easy to counter, like sitting ducks. Signature skills like turning feet to stone upon impact with shockwaves, or weaknesses to roars were fully exploited by opponents using simple items like soundproof earplugs. The Noble Night Ravens, once a top team, had fallen due to their own fame and misplaced trust. After the Noble Night Ravens' failure, one member drew a painful lesson. Special species inherently carry a gimmicky nature, and if their weaknesses are exposed, they become completely vulnerable. She emphasized that with far fewer guilds advancing to the elimination rounds compared to the qualifiers, preparing to counter individuals had become easier than ever. Therefore, from now on, the strategy must focus on concealing and mitigating weaknesses, not just their own, but also their teammates. A cold but practical statement, reflecting the brutality of the upcoming rounds. Crim stepped forward, her gaze serious. She declared, "Special species inherently lean toward the unconventional." The group listened in silence as she continued her analysis. "If our weaknesses are exposed, it's like offering our necks to the enemy." While the preliminary rounds had many guilds participating, the elimination rounds were narrowed down to a smaller number, meaning opponents would have ample time to study each individual. Therefore, preparing to counter each individual will be much easier. Crim clenched her fist, her gaze resolute. "We must strategize to compensate for our weaknesses, our own and each other's." As the group temporarily split up to prepare for the next qualifying round, one of them decided to check the mercenary player rankings. A list of individuals not affiliated with any guild, but who had performed exceptionally well in the qualifiers. Since the tournament rules didn't allow hearing mercenaries during the elimination rounds, recruiting them into the guild was the only option if they wanted to use them. The rankings clearly displayed names like Zui, John Doe, and Lycoris, along with detailed stats on damage, support, healing, and scouting abilities. The bespectacled member took on the task of filtering the list, hoping to find a suitable recruit to join their lineup. "Leave it to me," he said confidently as he walked away, leaving a glimmer of hope for the team as they prepared to enter a more brutal phase. Hijiri sat in deep thought, expressing doubts about herself in this highly competitive world. She wondered if a player like her, who didn't set clear goals or actively seek out battles, should even participate in the elimination rounds. Though praised for her progress in combat, Hijiri still felt confused, unsure if PvP games were truly for her. When she asked Kukun for his opinion, she received a sincere reminder. "Isn't it more about how you feel about the game? You have your own way of enjoying it." That gentle yet profound encouragement warmed the atmosphere and opened a new perspective for Hijiri on the value of experience. Not everyone needs to win to be considered a good player. The conversation took an unexpectedly deep turn as the character reflected on the struggles of children and even adults navigating life on their own. Even if people were around, it didn't mean they always had time for you. Money, safety, opportunities to meet others, all of these were difficult for a lonely child. But in games, it was different. Games didn't require travel expenses, didn't discriminate by age or circumstances. There you could embark on an adventure, meet like-minded people, and avoid the bad ones. A virtual world, yet one that offered a sense of freedom and understanding, something the real world sometimes couldn't provide. A quiet, emotional moment unfolded as the character gazed at the game's shelf, filled with worlds created by adults. She slowly remarked that, through each game, adults had embedded their messages about life, dreams, and overcoming challenges. It was precisely to listen to these messages that young people like her immersed themselves in games with all their hearts. This was no longer just about entertainment, but a connection between generations, where one side created the world, and the other was willing to live fully within it to understand and feel. After the heartfelt reflections on the gaming world and the messages from adults, the girl laughed, scratching her head in embarrassment and asking softly, "Was that too cheesy?" But her smile remained radiant, her eyes sparkling under the clear blue sky. Though a little shy, her genuine emotions couldn't be hidden. Her friend across from her simply smiled gently, not needing to say a word to affirm that sometimes the cheesy things are the simplest and most profound truths. After the moment of self-reflection and heartfelt sharing, Hijiri still hadn't fully clarified her feelings about the game. But the encouragement from her companion eased her mind. "Just keep playing if it's fun, no need to force yourself." It was a simple yet compassionate perspective, helping Hijiri realize that not everyone needs a deep reason to continue their journey. She smiled, agreed, and decided to head to Kaimai Pass to train, not out of obligation, but simply because it was fun. A small step, but the beginning of a big change. Under the vast blue sky, Hijiri quietly looked up as if searching for something beyond the game itself. The words from earlier still echoed in her mind, that through these virtual worlds, adults had embedded countless messages. A memory surfaced, the kind face of a man who once told her, "We made this game for you." Those words now became the catalyst for her awakening. In Hijiri's eyes was a deep understanding. That games weren't just games, but a bridge between the souls of the creators and the experiencers. And in that silent moment, she truly listened to the message meant for her. While still not fully understanding the messages hidden within the gaming world, Hijiri suddenly recalled a memory, a little girl running after her father, only to trip and fall as she was left behind. That scene made her think about something that had always bothered her, the NPCs in this game. Something about their behavior, their presence, wasn't just programming. Perhaps in this virtual world, NPCs weren't just tools for completing quests, but pieces carrying messages from the very creators of the game. Hijiri was determined not to let history repeat itself as it had with the noble Knight Ravens. She began a comprehensive analysis of her own strengths and weaknesses, leaving no detail unchecked. Meanwhile, in a distant, isolated place, a mysterious goddess-like entity gazed through the layers of spatial boundaries, quietly whispering, "I wonder if that moment will come too soon," as if waiting for something that would restart the entire world. The divine entity floated in the virtual space, her eyes half closed as if whispering to the entire world. "O explorers, nurture yourselves, surpass your limits, please break free from that shell." Under the twinkling starlight, that gentle plea reached every player like a sacred command, a call toward a great awakening about to begin. A mysterious device floated in the virtual space, emitting a divine and intense light. Until that moment arrives, a whisper echoed from the depths. A progress bar appeared with the number 0%, a warning that the real journey had only just begun. All previous challenges were merely a prelude. What lay ahead was an era of awakening, where all limits would be surpassed. The end of Chapter 41 sets the stage for the storm to come. Chapter 42 opens with the title Looking for Friends, depicting a dark and hurried scene. Crim and George are frantically digging in a narrow tunnel, their faces filled with anxiety and urgency. Urgent shouts echo repeatedly. "Hurry up, George! Dig deeper! This place is still too narrow," while Crim takes the lead, directing with fierce determination. Both are clearly racing against time to save someone trapped. The tense atmosphere at the start of the chapter promises thrilling suspense and possibly a life-or-death moment. Crim is conducting a thorough examination of her sunlight sensitivity weakness. She discovers that sunlight filtered through tree canopies does not trigger the stat reduction effect, meaning she remains safe in shaded areas. As a vampire, Crim is acutely aware of the consequences if her weakness is exposed during the playoffs. She seriously tests and observes every environmental condition affecting her status, determined to understand all her limits to avoid repeating the tragedy of the noble Night Ravens. This demonstrates her progressive spirit and sharp caution. Crim continues to analyze the game's light mechanics with remarkable insight. She realizes that if the game responded instantly to every minor light change, such as light flickering through leaves, players' stats would fluctuate constantly, making the experience uncomfortable, especially during fast movement. Therefore, the game system was likely designed to ignore minor environmental changes, only applying effects when players stand in clearly lit areas. Crim concludes that she is in a valid, shaded area and begins testing the next position. This not only showcases her logical thinking, but also her professionalism as a true gamer. Crim steps into a less shaded area and notices the sunlight sensitivity effect activating as she predicted, with her stats dropping by 4%. She deduces that clouds are partially blocking the sunlight, so the debuff is mild, but she quickly becomes alert that if the sun fully emerges, the reduction will be more severe. This further strengthens her resolve to fully understand her weaknesses to avoid becoming a second Noble Knight Ravens defeated due to lack of preparation. Crim's body clearly feels heavier, her muscles weakening, and even with just a 12% stat reduction, the effect is noticeable. She mentions she's checking some things about her body, then invites George to join her for further testing under different light conditions. Crim exclaims, "I'm going to die," as she clearly feels the negative impact of sunlight. She's under the maximum debuff of 20%, causing a sharp stat drop, along with an unusual sense of fatigue as if there's a hidden effect. George is surprised that she, a vampire, would put herself in such danger, but Crim simply replies that she needs to test her weaknesses. Eventually, George pulls her back into the shade to avoid the harsh sunlight, while Crim, exhausted, complains about being dragged too roughly. Crim is brought into the shade and begins recovering after suffering a severe debuff from sunlight. George fetches water while she takes the opportunity to summarize the test results. Crim realizes that small, shaded areas in the desert, like sunlight filtering through trees, don't meet the conditions to nullify the debuff. Even when fully covered, the effect is still triggered. However, larger shaded areas, like where she's sitting, are recognized by the system as shade, though there's still a slight stat reduction, 6%. She concludes that the desert sunlight is too intense, affecting even shaded areas partially. Crim sits in the shade, reflecting on her light sensitivity weakness, a factor that will cause major trouble in the playoffs. Recalling how the Cockatrice clan was easily defeated after their weakness was leaked, she realizes, basic races, though unremarkable, maintain stable strength in all situations, while unique races like hers only excel under specific conditions. Once weaknesses are exploited, their advantages disappear. Crim, having just had water poured over her head by George after a series of endurance tests in the sunlight, breathes a sigh of relief as if coming back to life. Though still tired, she thanks George for his support. When George awkwardly offers further help, Crim suddenly shifts her gaze to the horizon. She has spotted something massive that she suspects is the spine of a dragon. Her immediate reaction shows this was not part of the original plan. George explains that the dragon bones are actually remnants of the once prosperous Argent Empire, a nation of machines, and this area is called the Dragon Bone Desert because the ruins resemble giant spines. Crim is excited to learn this is a sci-fi-themed zone that might contain lost technology. Though eager to explore, she remembers she still needs to test her weaknesses to holy and fire elements. However, she also considers the possibility of gathering rare materials to prepare for the upcoming playoffs. Crim excitedly imagines that the sci-fi zone might contain overpowered equipment, even dreaming of piloting an extremely powerful mech suit. Though she warns herself not to get too hopeful, she remains highly motivated, while feeling slightly guilty for leaving all the responsibility of finding new members to Frey. Crim thinks that if she's lucky, she might encounter a cracked, sharpshooter, and exceptionally skilled player during this trip. A teenager is searching for a suitable guild to join. After browsing through many notices and feeling disappointed that most guilds consist of older members, the boy focuses on his own criteria, finding a guild with members his age. When he finally discovers such a guild, his face lights up with joy, and he decides to contact them immediately, filled with hope of connecting with peers in the game world. A teenager hesitates about how to approach a guild he wants to join. He wonders if he should send an unexpected message, what to write in it, and worries about any unspoken rules that might exist in the guild. After some thought, he decides to review the guidelines first to ensure he does everything correctly, then formally submit his application. Just as his mind clears, unexpected news arrives, instantly changing the atmosphere. While the boy is pondering which guild to join, a newspaper vendor suddenly appears with breaking news. Crim the headhunter has killed someone. The shocking news quickly draws the attention of those around him. The boy, who has never seen a physical newspaper before, is flustered when asked if he wants to buy a copy, feeling both curious and anxious as the name Crim is not unfamiliar to him. Though initially refusing, the girl is forced to take the newspaper with a confused expression. The vendor keeps promoting discounts, throwing in a stack of old issues, leaving her no time to react. In her flustered state, she is further misunderstood as a loyal reader eagerly awaiting each new issue. The rumors spreading from the newspaper cause the young girl to panic as she realizes the descriptions of the headhunter match her. In her panic, she bumps into a tall man. Though he seems unbothered, he later demands medical compensation and a virtual fine of up to 600K, making her even more frantic. Clutching the stack of newspapers, she runs away in despair. The girl quietly laments in the bustling square, feeling utterly hopeless. Starting conversations with others is so difficult that she once only took mercenary jobs for guilds that didn't require communication. Though she had hoped this game would help her make friends, reality has made her gradually give up, until an unexpected mail notification rings out. Just as she's feeling hopeless, the girl receives a message from someone named Frey. They noticed her through the mercenary rankings and invite her to join their guild to compete in the playoffs. Her eyes widen, unable to hide her astonishment and hope. Being recruited by a guild is an opportunity to be accepted, perhaps if she accepts this invitation, she might truly make friends. Lycoris quietly presses the button to decline the invitation, her eyes filled with sadness as she looks up at the sky. Though noticed and invited to join a guild, she is still held back by fear and insecurity. She imagines the scenario where she only makes others uncomfortable, seen as a burden, someone to be avoided. To avoid hurting anyone, she chooses to withdraw. She tells herself this is the right decision, but in her empty gaze and silent demeanor, an undeniable loneliness echoes. Under the moonlight in the vast desert, Lycoris walks alone, trying to convince herself that playing solo can still be fun. She looks around the empty land, searching for a place to start a new quest. A building appears in the distance, but her eyes still carry a hint of loneliness. Though trying to stay strong, the silence of the night deepens the emptiness in her heart. Lycoris stops before a massive structure resembling the spine of a giant creature, a mass driver. Her eyes light up with rare excitement. In her heart, she cheers. Sci-fi is truly the best. She quickly finds the control panel outside the building. After a moment of hesitation, she raises her hand and presses the button to start the quest. But a notification appears. This quest requires 2 players. She pauses, feeling a hint of unease. Could this be an opportunity to break out of her isolation? Lycoris struggles to convince herself that she doesn't need friends, that playing solo is the easiest path. But just then the system detects a new player. Player detected, forming party. Her eyes widen, her heart races. A short-haired girl approaches, asking warmly, "You're my teammate, right?" Lycoris only manages to nod, stammering a reply. The screen displays the team name, Crim Lycoris ****. In Lycoris's heart, excitement stirs. At least she's around my age. And seems kind. This might be the chance, a start to what she's always feared, a real friendship. Lycoris is stunned. Standing before her is the person who just greeted her with a smile in the team, wearing a deep red cloak and snow-white hair. That name, that appearance, perfectly matched the infamous article in Turtle Oracle Times. Crim the Headhunter, the cold-blooded murderer who hunts young girls. Memories flood back like a storm. Sensational headlines, images of victims, rumors of killing NPCs just for fun. She stammers, unable to speak, sweat pouring down her face while Crim calmly asks, "So, what's your name?" The night suddenly feels heavier. End of chapter 42. Crim stood in the pale light of the desert's embers, her appearance exactly as the articles had described. A blood-dark cloak, pristine white hair. She gently asked, "So, what's your name?" Meanwhile, Lycoris was internally panicking, unable to believe she was starting a cooperative mission, with someone rumored to be a serial killer. The terrifying news repeated in her mind as Crim casually walked forward. Lycoris anxiously stepped back, her mind flooded with questions. What should I do now? She was in a team mission, and her partner was that person. Chapter 43 opened with a tense beginning. Lycoris fled in panic after facing Crim, whom she believed to be the killer from the articles. She stammered an apology, trying to escape the unexpected situation of the two-player mission. Meanwhile, Crim watched in confusion, not understanding what was happening, then frowned slightly in concern. She wondered if the girl was simply shy. The atmosphere shifted from tension to bewilderment and a touch of humor, suggesting Crim might not be as scary as the rumors claimed. Right after fleeing from Crim, Lycoris immediately encountered real danger. A giant sand worm emerged from the ground. She panicked, screaming for help as the grotesque creature chased her. Amid the chaos, a voice called out, telling her to run toward a nearby shelter. The dire situation left her no choice but to trust the only person offering help, Crim herself. Lycoris collapsed, gasping for breath after narrowly escaping the sandworm. "I'm saved," she muttered. In front of her, Crim calmly extended a hand, asking softly, "Are you okay?" Crim's face still bore a gentle smile, completely contrary to the brutal rumors spread by the media. Lycoris thanked her timidly, beginning to doubt what she had once believed. Perhaps the Crim from the rumors is a different person, she wondered as her partner naturally walked toward the mission door. A glimmer of hope for friendship sparked in the girl, who had always been shy about socializing. Lycoris stammered her name, her face flushed as she tried to stay calm. Crim smiled gently and asked, "Since you thought this was a solo mission, do you want to withdraw before we start?" Lycoris quickly shook her head, forcing out a polite greeting. Nice to meet you, miss." In her heart, she convinced herself that Crim couldn't possibly be the killer from the rumors. Maybe it was just a name coincidence. Then, maybe I can be friends with her. But at the same time, her doubts hadn't completely vanished. She hesitantly asked Crim to go first, while she stood awkwardly behind, her worried gaze following. Crim was surprised to notice the gun always pointed at her, and directly asked Lycoris if it had anything to do with monster precautions. The small girl awkwardly replied, trying to justify that it was just in case a monster jumped out. Crim smiled softly, wondering if it was because she looked older that Lycoris felt pressured. But in Lycoris's mind, her fear hadn't subsided. She thought Crim was trying to lower her guard to strike. Though she tried to act normal, she still silently tightened her grip on her weapon, remaining vigilant. Crim and Lycoris ventured deeper into the mission area, chatting as they walked. Lycoris nervously brought up the opening cutscene that said, "The cruel experiments of the Argent Empire must end," and wondered if the Empire hadn't collapsed yet. Crim seemed excited, offering several theories. Perhaps there were still soldiers or researchers active, or some experimental device was running autonomously, or worse, it had followed orders to an extreme degree. Lycoris imagined a rogue AI, exclaiming, "Like an out-of-control artificial intelligence." The two quickly found common ground, their eyes shining as they envisioned a colorful sci-fi storyline. Lycoris tried to keep the conversation smooth and felt that Crim really didn't resemble the killer she had read about in the papers. As they ventured deeper into the dark area, Crim seemed quite relaxed and even said, "Bright places are more of a problem for me," leaving Lycoris stunned. Then Crim suddenly spoke in a chilling tone. "Little girls shouldn't wander alone in the dark," making Lycoris pale with fear, her doubts still lingering. Nevertheless, they continued forward, opening the only slightly ajar door and trying to keep the light from being too dim to avoid suspicion. Crim and Lycoris cautiously entered a lit room behind the door. Crim encouraged them, saying it was time to face some monsters, while Lycoris politely stepped aside in confusion. Inside was a modern laboratory with no signs of enemies. Lycoris was surprised to find many items, while Crim speculated this might be a research room. Since they hadn't encountered any monsters yet, they decided to take the opportunity to observe their surroundings and assess the situation. Crim excitedly picked up rare materials, and Lycoris also discovered many valuable items. Though the mission had just begun, they had already found a treasure trove unlike anything they'd seen before. Lycoris muttered softly that it felt more like looting the place. Meanwhile, her mind drifted to the rumors about Crim killing women and stealing. Still, with a bright smile and an excited atmosphere, Lycoris reassured herself that it must be a misunderstanding, and this journey was truly becoming very interesting. Lycoris still held the newspaper in her hand, her eyes filled with worry. She recalled the message urging anyone with information about Crim to come forward. Though the article seemed shady and might just be a case of mistaken identity, she couldn't help feeling uneasy. Meanwhile, Crim whistled cheerfully as she ventured deeper into the area. Lycoris watched her back, thinking to herself, if I let her take all the items, could we become friends? Lycoris was torn between doubt and her desire to make friends. What am I thinking? She could be a terrible person, she whispered to herself in panic. But when Crim happily called, Lycoris, come see this, she hurriedly replied, oh, okay, as if instinct took over. At worst, I can just log out, she reassured herself. Both leaned over to look at the map on the screen, a map of the entire facility, Lycoris murmured. It stretches deep underground. Crim said excitedly, adding, this place is huge, isn't it? Lycoris gulped, feeling both anxiety and excitement rise simultaneously. Lycoris and Crim studied the map with enthusiasm. This map must have been meticulously crafted, Lycoris marveled. When she noticed a strange document, she asked curiously, what's this? Crim replied, Project Desert Marrow, Experimental Unit Type 14. Sounds delicious. Lycoris frowned. You mean asterisk desert asterisk, not asterisk desert asterisk, right? Desert melons? Like melons in the desert. She muttered, then continued, marrow. Is a mermaid? So this is a desert mermaid? Crim laughed. Why would there be a mermaid in the desert? How should I know? Lycoris sighed. Crim pointed at the screen. This huge room is labeled top secret. Lycoris thought to herself, isn't it obvious that's the boss area? The atmosphere grew tense but thrilling as they approached the facility's secrets. Crim eagerly imagined, the desert mermaid must be right there. Lycoris was skeptical, but if it's the area boss, shouldn't it be something more monstrous? Crim beamed. This place is full of rare and expensive items. I can't even imagine what the reward for completing it will be. She turned to ask, Lycoris, do you have enough time to play? This mission looks like it's going to be long. While Crim was increasingly enjoying the adventure, Lycoris gradually showed signs of unease, but a small smile appeared as she thought. Crim-chan seems to be getting happier and happier. Lycoris suddenly grew anxious, sweat pouring as she muttered to herself. What if something happens later? Maybe I should just leave now. It'd be less troublesome than quitting midway. She bowed her head, whispering, thank you for playing with me. Meanwhile, Crim looked on in surprise, thinking in confusion, is she retreating into her shell again? What should I do? A terrifying creature appeared in the dark hallway, clad in a blood-stained cloak and a bizarre iron helmet like a walking corpse. Lycoris screamed in panic. A corpse? Is it? A zombie? While she was still trembling, unsure of what to do, Crim stepped forward. There's no other way, I'll handle this. She shouted, Lycoris, do you see it? From behind, Lycoris whispered tensely, of course, I want to accompany you to the end. But that depends on you too, Crim-san. If we can maintain peace, and you don't do anything strange. Lycoris screamed in panic upon seeing the Revenant, quickly drew her gun and aimed it straight at Crim, shouting, you've shown your true colors. While Crim still didn't understand what was happening, the gun barrel was now just a short distance away from her, glowing and ready to fire. Crim froze, only able to blink silently. Lycoris immediately realized her grave mistake. It's the enemy, I didn't notice. Crim sighed wearily, sweating. Hey. Is everything going to be okay from now on? End of chapter 43. Lycoris exclaimed in confusion upon spotting an enemy. There was an enemy, and then immediately noticed the strange setting. It was a zombie-themed map. Before them stood a reanimated Imperial soldier controlled by a device attached to its head. Crim quickly analyzed the situation. No, it's the machine on its head that's controlling it. She concluded that these Imperial soldiers had been taken over by machinery. A bitter irony. Meanwhile, Crim began to show excitement and kept talking, surprising Lycoris. Oh, she seems happier now. In her mind, Crim started evaluating Lycoris pragmatically. This will be a good chance to observe a gunner's playstyle. She thought this might be useful for recruiting later. Watching Lycoris ready her gun for battle, Crim noted. Lycoris seems like the type to use a handgun. She began to see the timid girl as a tactical observation subject. Crim surged into the air like a whirlwind, her gaze sharp, her sword aimed directly at the machine controlling the reanimated soldier. While Lycoris still held her gun in a defensive stance, Crim had already identified the key target. So this jellyfish-like thing is the control core, huh? Without hesitation, she aimed straight for the bizarre device attached to the zombie's head, the true controller. Crim's decisive and fierce actions not only surprised Lycoris, but also showcased her extensive combat experience. In that moment, Crim was no longer a suspicious companion. She became the leading blade tearing through the darkness ahead. Crim quickly assessed the situation after her earlier strike proved ineffective. The control device was hovering in the air, making physical attacks difficult to land accurately. "It's flying, so your attacks won't work," she calmly warned Lycoris. Her eyes sharpened as she continued analyzing. "Not to mention it's made of metal." Meanwhile, the machine continued to move, putting immense pressure on the two. But no matter what, Crim remained composed, proving her battle-hardened composure in situations far more dire than this. Crim clenched her sword, her eyes tracking the electrical wires wrapping around her. "Is it trying to bind me, or get closer?" She gritted her teeth and thought. Though the attack didn't deal immediate damage, being immobilized at this moment was too dangerous. "No damage, but I can't just stand here," she growled internally, ready to counterattack at any moment. Meanwhile, the remotely controlled creature continued to charge at an unexpected speed, its wires flickering with electricity. The tension in the air was palpable, waiting for the slightest trigger to explode. Crim slashed straight at the zombie below, but her expression quickly turned grim. "No critical hit," she gritted her teeth. Though her sword had cut through its body, the HP bar barely budged. "Just as I thought, attacking the corpse is useless." She spun midair, shifting her gaze to the control core above, where blood-soaked cables were still twitching violently. In that instant, Crim tensed and lunged forward. If they didn't destroy the command center, this battle would never end. Even though Lycoris had landed a shot, the bullet couldn't penetrate the armor. "Lycoris's gun can't pierce the armor either." Crim gritted her teeth, her eyes flashing with tension. "We can't defeat this area yet." But she refused to back down. "No, there must be a weak point somewhere." She tightened her grip on the tangled cables around her arm, ready to uncover the secrets hidden within the control device. They couldn't let this monster defeat them when the battle had just begun. Crim shouted, "Hold it steady. The lower abdomen might be weaker. Shoot it." Lycoris worried. But if you're that close, you might get hit by *friendly fire." "It's fine," Crim replied without hesitation. Lycoris tried to stay calm. "I'll be okay this time. Unlike before, I've calmed down. I just aimed a little off last time. Normally, this wouldn't be a problem for me." But her hands still trembled slightly. In her mind, she whispered, "Why? Whenever it's crucial, I always mess up." Crim gripped the core of the machine controlling the zombie, her eyes resolute. The energy from her attack hitting its weak point caused it to explode in a burst of light and debris. She didn't hesitate, standing firm on the battlefield like a true warrior. In that moment, Crim wasn't just a player, she was the one leading the charge. The cadaveroid was defeated, but Crim's HP bar was in the red. Sweat dripped down her face as she tried to explain the *friendly fire incident. Lycoris anxiously asked how badly she was hurt. While Crim stammered an apology, Lycoris unexpectedly offered a small flower, surprising Crim. In the midst of tension and guilt, a simple gesture unexpectedly broke the ice. Lycoris was surprised when Crim smiled and raised her hand in praise. "Nice shot!" An unexpected encouragement in the tense atmosphere. Crim said Lycoris had landed a critical hit, leaving the self-doubting girl stunned. In that moment, the simple compliment felt like a warm light piercing through the defenses Lycoris always carried. Her eyes widened, and all she could utter was a soft "ah," both surprised and moved. This could be the start of a real friendship. Though initially hesitant, Lycoris gradually opened up to Crim. She apologized for hitting her teammate, but Crim just laughed and said that sometimes taking risks with *friendly fire was worth it. Lycoris's sincere "thanks for taking the risk" revealed a change in her from cautious to gradually trusting. However, elsewhere, an anonymous figure was watching and waiting for an opportunity. Crim the headhunter and her poor victim. A suspicious whisper, hinting that the shadows of Crim's past still lingered. Crim asked why Lycoris had taken on this mission. The girl honestly replied that she was searching for the weapon that suited her best, as she didn't want to lose just because of poor equipment. The simple answer made Crim smile slightly, and she wished her luck in finding the right weapon. The two continued into an open area but found the ground flooded. Crim optimistically stepped forward, guessing the water was shallow, while Lycoris cautiously followed, her heart full of hesitation. A bond between them was slowly forming, step by step, as they navigated the dangerous area. As soon as Crim stepped into the water, she was electrocuted, her body convulsing in shock, leaving Lycoris panicked and asking if she was okay. After a moment of flailing, Crim confirmed that the water had been electrified by exposed golden cables in the distance. Though still feeling numb, she tried to stay calm and pointed out the dangerous electrical source. Meanwhile, Lycoris quietly assessed the situation, realizing the cause of the shock and starting to think of a solution. What seemed like a simple journey had now become fraught with risks, but neither of them backed down. Lycoris quickly drew her gun and accurately shot 3 golden electrical wires submerged in the water. Crim was amazed by her quick draw and precise shooting, while Lycoris awkwardly explained that she shot because golden wires were usually dangerous. Thanks to her, the electrical current in the water was completely cut, making the flooded area safe again. In Crim's eyes, admiration for Lycoris grew, while Lycoris herself still hadn't realized how well she had just performed. Crim was stunned by Lycoris's shooting skills, unable to believe she could hit 3 thin wires 50 meters away with just 3 bullets. Lycoris awkwardly admitted that when calm, she could actually aim very accurately. It was just that she often got nervous at crucial moments. She shyly looked away, while Crim was still amazed, praising her even though the duo system didn't have any aiming assistance. The atmosphere between them gradually lightened, and a sense of trust began to form on their adventure. Lycoris was becoming an unexpected asset. Crim was amazed by her top-tier sniping skills and quickly realized her immense potential if she joined their playoff team. Though she lost her composure under stress, Crim believed that with enough trust, Lycoris could unleash her full strength. Standing in the flooded area, Crim decided not to hesitate any longer. It was time to invite her to join the team. When she called Lycoris's name, the girl's bewildered eyes met hers. The chance for a strong connection between them was about to begin. Crim didn't hesitate any longer. Amid the water reflecting light from the ceiling, she extended her hand with a bright smile and a straightforward invitation. "Do you want to join my guild?" Lycoris was stunned, her eyes wide, unsure how to respond. Crim continued, her voice firm. "We really need your strength for the upcoming ranking battle." The invitation wasn't just an opportunity for collaboration. It was a sign of recognition, a turning point for a girl like Lycoris who always doubted herself. The chapter ended with a scene both humorous and pitiful. Lycoris still wore a bewildered and cautious expression, constantly doubting Crim's intentions despite all her efforts to show goodwill. Meanwhile, Crim could only scream internally, despairing over why she couldn't earn the others' trust even after going through so many life-and-death battles together. A gentle yet graceful ending to Chapter 44, skillfully maintaining the story's humorous tone throughout. Chapter 45 begins with Lycoris's tangled thoughts. She starts to suspect that Crim is genuinely wary of her. Although Crim has never withdrawn from missions or avoided conversations, every time the distance between them shortens, Crim seems to remember something and retreats with a look of fear. Lycoris doesn't understand the reason and gradually realizes that this behavior isn't simply due to introversion. There's something deeper, something that keeps Crim constantly torn between the desire to be friends and an unnamed fear. And then Lycoris's gaze suddenly shifts to what Crim is holding, a newspaper. Lycoris approaches, asking about the newspaper Crim is holding, but Crim hurriedly hides it, saying it's just some trash not worth reading. Crim's clumsy actions and panicked demeanor make Lycoris even more suspicious, especially when Crim insists she read a different article. But before Crim can react, Lycoris flips to the exact page Crim was trying to hide. An article with the bold headline, "The Rise of Virtual Reality Affairs ****." She freezes. Crim screams in panic. "Not that one!" The misunderstanding thickens, further complicating the already chaotic distance between them. Crim and Lycoris sit in separate corners, both holding newspapers, but their thoughts are anything but calm. Crim is determined. "No matter what, I will recruit Lycoris." She had just reported to someone named Frey and recalled that she had once invited Lycoris to join the guild but was met with silent refusal. Still, she doesn't give up. Frey confirms that Lycoris had participated in the preliminary rounds as a mercenary and seemed highly cautious of Crim. But Crim remains optimistic, analyzing, Just think of the benefits of having a sharpshooter like her in the guild. On the other side, Lycoris is staring blankly at the newspaper, thinking to herself, "What is this?" completely baffled as to why she's being so closely watched. Crim reads the newspaper while reminiscing about past battles, endlessly blaming herself. If we had had a sharpshooter on the team back then, we could have stopped that mushroom-headed guy from ruining the battle with Elmir. With a gun, no incantations are needed, just draw and shoot. She replays each scenario in her mind. At MT, Racume, they could have shot back at the Pkers. When facing a horde of monsters, a sharpshooter's support would have made breaking through much easier. In the underwater battle, they might have avoided getting trapped. And when confronting the noble Night Ravens, having someone at the respawn point could have prevented the Frost attack from the start. The more she thinks, the more certain she becomes. A skilled sharpshooter like Lycoris is exactly what our team is missing. Frey calmly analyzes, sharpshooters aren't the strongest class, but having one on the team would greatly expand our strategic options. In some tough situations, just having them hold their position is already an advantage. If they hit their target early, we gain a numerical edge. Still, she acknowledges, Lycoris still seems tense. Her teammate immediately responds, "Then we absolutely must recruit her if we want to win." And Frey concludes coldly, "That's your job." Frey, flustered, tries to encourage. "You look cute now, right? Just use your appearance or something to get closer to her. You're both girls." The other person blushes and retorts, "I'm not doing that." Frey continues, "She can do things even you can't, right?" "Well, but..." Frey glances from behind the newspaper while the other person starts to waver. "Wait, Frey's right. I have to try." But then comes a look of despair. "Still, how do girls even become friends?" "It's decided. I'm going all in." Frey tightens her grip on the newspaper, her eyes filled with determination. "Right now, she seems like she'll leave as soon as the team disbands, but before we complete this mission, I'll make her as close as a shadow." Frey plans in her head. She stands up, smiling brightly. "Break time, over, let's keep going." A friendly, approachable smile, she reminds herself. But Lycoris just sits frozen with a panicked expression. What's going on? Meanwhile, Frey immediately realizes her mistake. "Damn it, I overdid it." Frey tries to break the awkward atmosphere by asking questions and making conversation. "Do you want the stuff I picked up earlier? Feel free to take anything." But Lycoris immediately shakes her head in panic. I don't need it." Undeterred, Frey continues, "How about we do a quiz, like a fun fortune-telling or what dog breed are you kind of thing?" I don't believe in that stuff." Lycoris reacts sharply. Frey still doesn't give up. "Is there someone you like at school?" "I'm also looking for a girlfriend, a serious relationship." "I'm not interested in romance." Lycoris escalates, shouting. Frey keeps trying. "Lycoris-chan, are you in middle school? Don't ask about real-life stuff." Her face turns red as she jumps up, seemingly wanting to escape this awkward conversation. Frey watches as Lycoris's figure grows more distant and freezes. Huh, she's even further away now, even physically, she wonders. What's going on? It's like Lycoris suddenly became a completely different person. Meanwhile, Lycoris collapses in confusion with a look of despair. "Someone save me, I have no idea how to get close to girls," Frey calls out. Lycoris, what's wrong?" Lycoris just silently lowers her head. The two stop in front of a large iron door. Frey tilts her head. "I thought this was the right way." Lycoris checks and reports. "The door's broken, it won't open, ma'am." Then checks the map and adds, According to the map, this is the right direction. We're about a third of the way to the bottom floor now." "Ah," Lycoris exclaims, but before she can say anything, her companion suggests, "We'll have to find a detour." But then the two go in separate directions. The scene shifts to a long hallway where Frey feels left behind, sighing. "The distance between us is getting wider," she nervously thinks. "This is getting worse. What should I do?" In her mind, she imagines that if Frey were here now, things might be better. If Frey were here, the two of them would definitely get along easily, maybe. She stares at another iron door, her expression resolute. "No, I don't care who that person is anymore. This awkward atmosphere needs to be broken at all costs." A loud noise echoes, and the ground beneath them shakes. A massive whirlpool suddenly opens up in front of them, swallowing everything in sight. "Ack!" Lycoris cries out in horror as she sees Crim being pulled into the vortex. She screams, "See Crim-san!" Her eyes wide, her hand reaching out as if to lunge forward but completely powerless against the overwhelming force. Two men appear, smashing through the door as if it were a thin sheet of paper. One shouts excitedly, "Kirblam, one punch, what a weak door." The other is more cautious, quietly asking, "Did I just hear someone?" But the first man bursts into laughter. "No way anyone's in this desolate place, it's still unexplored." His companion whispers as a warning, "That doesn't mean no one's here." leaving a vague sense of tension as Chapter 45 ends. Crim was pinned under a heavy metal sheet after the collision, unable to move. Lycoris panicked, unsure of what to do to help. Meanwhile, the white-haired man who had just broken through the door was staring warily, realizing he was facing some rather dangerous-looking individuals. The unexpected situation immediately heightened the tension in the air. Lycoris remained flustered and scared, unsure how to react to the two strangers who had suddenly appeared. One of the two, after confirming there were indeed people in the area, began explaining that they were just trying to clear a path. Though somewhat brusque, he still took the initiative to help remove the metal sheet pinning Crim. The other reminded him that he should at least apologize first. Finally, the white-haired man extended his hand with a remorseful expression, offering to help. The initial tension seemed to ease slightly. Crim slowly regained consciousness after the impact, still dazed and unsure of what had happened. Meanwhile, one of the two young men, who had just helped her, suddenly found himself strongly drawn to her. The moment he saw Crim's face, it was as if he had been struck by lightning, his mind in turmoil over her overwhelmingly adorable appearance. With her sparkling eyes and fragile demeanor, Crim unintentionally became a sweet oasis in the emotional desert of this cool yet love-starved young man. Meanwhile, Lycoris stood at a distance, still anxiously observing, while the other young man began to notice his companion suddenly, frozen and unresponsive. The atmosphere temporarily calmed, but a new wave of confusion began to spread. The formal meeting began as the two young men introduced themselves, the lively, burly one named Rajan, and his quieter companion, Roper. Rajan expressed regret over the accidental explosion that had injured Crim, but didn't forget to show off his confident appearance and optimistic attitude. Meanwhile, Crim was still somewhat flustered, finally managing to stammer out her name, with Lycoris stepping in to help. The atmosphere became somewhat lighter, but caution remained. When Lycoris asked if Rajan had used his bare hands to break the door, he simply replied, "No," making the group even more curious about how they had entered this place. Though unexpected, this seemed to be the beginning of an unforeseen alliance. Rajan boasted about his special glove with overflowing confidence, calling it a one-of-a-kind weapon custom-made just for him. Crim's interest immediately exploded. She was surprised to learn that even weapons could be unique. Crim's innocent excitement made Roper look at her suspiciously, wondering if she was a high school student. Nevertheless, the atmosphere between them became lighter and friendlier. When Crim asked to see the weapon, Rajan, though embarrassed, agreed. The conversation revolved around admiration and genuine bonding, marking an interesting shift from the initial tense atmosphere. Lycoris felt completely overwhelmed by the strong presence and intense energy of Rajan and Roper. She couldn't interject into the conversation, only standing to the side, sweating and hopping. Crim would step in to help. As the two men chatted animatedly, Lycoris' anxiety grew to the point where she almost wanted to disappear. But then, when the conversation shifted to continuing deeper into the dungeon, she breathed a sigh of relief, an escape from the overwhelming social situation. Her introverted heart was temporarily saved. Lycoris and Crim's group unexpectedly crossed paths with Rajan and Roper, discovering that both sides were heading to the deepest level of the dungeon. After a brief conversation, they decided to turn back and find the path they had missed. While crossing a narrow, hazardous corridor, Crim reminded Rajan to be careful. In response, Rajan confidently shouted, showing off his arrogance and enthusiasm. The atmosphere in the group temporarily became lighter and more cohesive after the initial moments of confusion. Crim proactively reached out to remind Lycoris to be careful when descending the steps, showing natural concern. But Lycoris, still shy and reserved, gently declined, saying she could manage on her own. Though she tried to appear calm, she was still a bit flustered, as shown by her strained smile. This small moment not only softened the atmosphere between them, but also attracted a discreet glance from Roper, who seemed to be observing their relationship with some quiet thoughts. While walking with Roper, Lycoris was suddenly asked if she was arguing with her friend. She was visibly flustered, both panicked and awkwardly trying to deny it. When Roper pointed directly at Crim, Lycoris stammered even more, insisting they were just a temporary pickup team, not friends. Though her words seemed dismissive, her flushed face and evasive gaze hinted at a conflicting emotion she couldn't quite hide. When Roper directly asked about the relationship between Lycoris and Crim, she immediately became flustered, unable to give a clear answer. Inside, Lycoris was torn between the desire to continue their partnership and the lingering doubts she couldn't shake. She thought about that newspaper, a symbol of the unease Crim brought, and hesitated again. Roper, with an understanding gaze, pointed out that she was the one building walls. His final remark, "You don't want to play games with someone who doesn't seem to be having fun, right?" was not just a wake-up call, but also an opportunity for Lycoris to reflect on herself. Lycoris turned away, her glistening red-rimmed eyes shimmering in the faint light. She weakly protested, but her surging emotions made it impossible to hold back. Inside, she screamed, "I don't want to hear that from someone who knows nothing about me." The hurt, the isolation, the fear of judgment, all of it made her retreat into the thick cloak of her defenses. But the moment Crim called her name, that trembling turned into a small resolve. She responded, no longer hesitating, I'm coming." Though her steps were still hesitant, it was the beginning of a change. As the group discussed their next move, Rajan mentioned a room with a downward path that had been overlooked due to flooding. Though this place was in the middle of a desert, the water was so deep that the bottom couldn't be reached. While the surprise was still fresh, Roper and Rajan exchanged glances, as if they had realized something the others hadn't. They declared, "It's time for us to step up," a clear action carrying hidden implications and initiative, ready to pave the way for the group to overcome this obstacle. As the group stood before the control device, Rajan called Roper to proceed with activating the system. Though Crim initially suspected the control panel was broken, Roper quietly inserted the key. Crim quickly realized, even though this place was completely flooded, the facility was equipped with a full-scale drainage system. This revealed a glimmer of hope. If successfully operated, the group could drain the water and open the path to the lower level. The secret passage finally revealed itself after the drainage system was activated, opening up a deep void beneath the floor. Crim excitedly jumped down first, not forgetting to warn about the slippery floor. When she reached out to invite Lycoris to join, the girl hesitated for a moment, her gaze flickering between the wall and Crim's outstretched hand. Though Crim cheerfully called her name, Lycoris still didn't reach out, once again held back by the invisible barriers within herself. Lycoris finally took Crim's hand, her eyes filled with confusion but also determination. She softly thanked her and Crim gently reminded her, "Be careful." But right after, an unexpected slip caused both of them to go sprawling. While Crim tried to regain her balance, Lycoris screamed in panic. From a distance, Rajan stared in shock at the chaotic scene while Roper sighed, muttering, "These girls are really..." Lycoris hesitantly called out to Crim, her voice soft but firm. She no longer wanted to give up halfway. For the first time, she suggested, "We should see this mission through to the end." Crim smiled in response, making the atmosphere noticeably lighter. Meanwhile, the group had advanced further into level B3, where a strange door stood open, waiting, a sign that a new, possibly more dangerous phase lay ahead. In a dusty room filled with scattered documents, Crim's group began investigating a strange name, Desert Marrow. Crim found a few papers that mentioned the name but lacked specific descriptions of its appearance or abilities. Lycoris and Rajan quickly joined in, scanning the surroundings. The journal-like entries revealed some observations. Desert Marrow seems a bit too cruel. The name repeated in multiple notes, making the group increasingly wary. Something related to this mission was gradually coming to light. While continuing to explore the document room, the group discovered notes about an entity or weapon called Cadaveroid, divided into types Alpha and Beta. The content revealed the researchers' fear and frustration. "I don't even want to get close," or "We've had enough trouble with just types Alpha and Beta." Rajan was surprised by this information, asking, "There are Alpha and Beta versions of those jellyfish robots." Meanwhile, Crim began to suspect, wondering if the documents were actually referring to a mermaid. The mysteries of Desert Marrow and the jellyfish robot began to overlap, making the atmosphere increasingly uneasy. Lycoris froze in front of a strange and eerie poster, emblazoned with the words "Paradise Zombie," a disguised warning with a provocative yet horrifying undertone. "Crimson, this room, something's not right," she whispered, her instincts on high alert. Descriptions like "zombies are bursting out," or "the dead rise again" only heightened the tension. Chapter 46 ended in breathless suspense, revealing that level B3, which they had just stepped into, wasn't just part of the mission. It was the gateway to a nightmare never before recorded. Crim, Lycoris, and their group continued to explore the eerie room, where Paradise Zombie posters suspiciously covered the walls. When one member remarked that this was just a bizarre B-movie mashup of zombies and hot girls, Lycoris immediately countered. What unsettled her wasn't the poster's content, but the strange detail on it. Upon closer inspection, they realized the stickers weren't actually stuck to the wall, but were a disguise hiding a cut that ran across the room. The more they observed, the more they noticed these cuts formed a closed loop, suggesting the wall wasn't merely decorative, it was hiding something. The atmosphere gradually shifted from odd to chilling, hinting at a mystery enveloping the team. The group continued to examine the strange room, where Roper quickly noticed something unusual, pointing out that the decorations on either side of the cut were completely different, as if two separate rooms had been awkwardly stitched together, adding to the room's unpredictable mystique. Crim, who loved the bazaar, was thrilled and immediately suggested searching the entire room in hopes of finding rare loot or clues related to their current mission. Meanwhile, Rajan, with his sharp intuition, warned that the room undoubtedly concealed something very dangerous, and all the signs, the cut wall, the cheap B-movie posters, and the unusual atmosphere, were subtly hinting that they were about to uncover a long-buried secret. After thoroughly ransacking the strange room with high hopes, Rajan angrily punched the wall upon realizing they'd found nothing useful, cursing in frustration that all their effort had been wasted. The group silently stepped out, everyone in a gloomy mood because, despite checking every nook and cranny, they hadn't found any clues or items. Lycoris wondered what the room's purpose was, while Crim tilted her head thoughtfully, gently suggesting that perhaps it was just an extension to enrich the game's world. The atmosphere grew even more disheartening, as they all realized this exploration had been utterly meaningless. Lycoris quietly followed the group, her mind tangled in the feeling of being disconnected from the ongoing conversations. She wondered if she should muster the courage to speak up, but quickly dismissed the thought, admitting to herself that she wasn't good at communication and often made others feel distant or tense, to the point where they gradually avoided her without her even realizing it. Despite her longing to fit in, Lycoris chose to remain silent, quietly deciding to wait for the next time, for someone to initiate a conversation with her, rather than forcing it awkwardly. Lycoris was suddenly asked for her opinion while her mind was still in chaos, unprepared. Nevertheless, she reluctantly began to answer, stammering a bit before unexpectedly launching into an impressively detailed analysis. She mentioned the scattered records of Desert Marrow on B1 and B3, the possibility they'd missed data on B2, and predicted that the large room on B7 might be the final boss's arena. She recommended the group continue gathering information, as these records could reveal the boss's weaknesses. Though hesitant, her analysis was surprisingly sharp and accurate, catching everyone's attention. As the group discussed the facility's flooding mechanism and its possible connection to the jellyfish robots, Crim suddenly exclaimed that she wouldn't be able to handle it if it turned out to be a zombie mermaid, while Rajan and Roper excitedly imagined a busty zombie goddess from the character creator. Lycoris hesitantly chimed in with a half-joking comment, but instead of being ignored or met with annoyance as she often expected, the group continued chatting cheerfully. She was confused at not being ostracized as usual, wondering why this time people weren't reacting the same way. A flicker of confusion and hope appeared in her eyes, as if the wall between her and the others was slowly dissolving. The group continued to joke animatedly about the possibility of the next boss being a mechanical mermaid firing missiles from her chest. Rajan enthusiastically requested more height and style for the imagined monster, prompting Lycoris to remind everyone to banish that image from their minds. But the fun quickly ended as they entered a horrifying room where machines had been directly implanted into the heads of creatures. The shocking sight made them all stop, realizing this was the first time they'd seen such creatures. Though terrifying, luckily most of the enemies were still in the side room. Crim suggested luring them out one by one, while Lycoris worried about their overwhelming numbers and asked what they should do next. The atmosphere shifted from relaxed to tense in an instant, signaling a fierce battle was imminent. Faced with the tense scene full of enemies, the group quickly strategized. Crim pointed out that if they could close the door, the fight would be much easier, but Rajan immediately objected, gesturing to the dense swarm of monsters and warning that doing so would get them surrounded instantly. Crim naively suggested just running straight to the control panel, but the situation wasn't that simple. When Lycoris saw the switch right in front of her, she hesitated, wrestling with herself. She knew the danger lurking, but silently resolved to act. "I can do this," she determined. In that moment, fear and the desire to prove herself intersected, hinting at a turning point about to unfold. To the group's astonishment, Lycoris boldly stepped forward, gun in hand with a determined gaze. "I can do this from here. I'll shoot the switch to close the door," she declared confidently, leaving everyone stunned. Rajin and the others couldn't hide their surprise, even doubting the distance was too far, but the petite girl remained calm. "My hand isn't shaking, I can do this," she told herself, then without hesitation pulled the trigger. The shot hit its mark. The switch emitted a resounding click as it activated. I did it," she exclaimed, affirming her breakthrough moment. The group was speechless. A small moment that changed how they saw her, Lycoris, who had always seemed to hide in silence. The door didn't close as expected. Lycoris was horrified as the machines began pouring out of the room. Her shot had triggered the entire swarm. "We'll be wiped out if they get out," someone shouted amid the rising urgency. The group immediately shifted into combat mode. "I'll lure them, everyone take the chance to thin their numbers," a decisive voice rang out in the chaos. "Got it, I'll cover you," a teammate instantly responded. There was no time to panic, only decisive action could save their lives now. Lycoris stood frozen as the door failed to close. She stammered in panic, unsure what had gone wrong. Did I miss? Did I mess up? Self-reproach echoed in her mind, fearing her decision would lead to the group's doom. She even compared herself to a Leroy, reckless and foolish. Crim hurriedly tried to reassure her, but her voice was fragmented by urgency. Meanwhile, the swarm of machines was closing in, threatening to engulf the group if they didn't act quickly. The situation was on the verge of exploding. Lycoris discovered the switch's wiring was exposed. Her first shot might have damaged the door mechanism. Crim realized this and tried to reassure her, but Lycoris began to panic. Her hands trembled again, her mind in disarray with the question, "What do I do now?" She gripped her gun tighter, but her body wouldn't obey. A sense of helplessness echoed in her mind. The confidence she'd just built was crumbling under the pressure of real combat. Crim gently asked, "Have you figured anything out yet?" But that simple question plunged Lycoris into a spiral of self-blame. She couldn't confidently answer, only blaming herself for getting swept up in the situation. She remembered the last time this mood had caused her to accidentally shoot Crim. The fear of repeating failure, the shame of not performing well in critical moments, all pressed down on her, making her blurt out, "I should have just played solo." In Lycoris's eyes, her mistake wasn't just missing the shot. It was her very existence in a group she felt she didn't deserve to belong to. As Lycoris was drowning in fear and self-reproach, Crim quietly stepped behind her, gently taking her hand and guiding the gun toward the target. No blame, no rush, no criticism, just a steady, warm presence. That moment left Lycoris stunned, her eyes wide, not because she was surprised by Crim's action, but because it was the first time someone had stood by her like that, trusting, not forcing, but simply being there to accomplish something together. The space seemed to quiet, leaving only the two of them, their breaths mingling, and the gentle light of unspoken trust. Crim smiled softly, looking straight at Lycoris and speaking as if she'd believed it all along. "You've got a plan, right?" Her serious yet gentle gaze made Lycoris pause. That statement wasn't just encouragement, it was an acknowledgement that she was worthy of trust. Crim didn't offer a solution, but pushed Lycoris a step toward her own limits, where fear and expectation intersected. "Isn't challenging yourself the core of the game?" That statement not only woke Lycoris up, but also made her understand for the first time why the people around her always dared to take risks. It wasn't because they weren't afraid of failure. It was because they valued the game and respected themselves. She whispered softly, as if making a promise to herself. "Ah, I get it now." Lycoris stared at the switch ahead, her trembling hand finally steadying as she tightened her grip on the gun. "I won't run from failure anymore," she screamed inwardly, as if severing the chains of her long-held fear. In her blazing eyes was an unmasked determination. The bullet tore through the air, crossing the distance, and hit its target with a resounding clang. The door slammed shut, cutting off the nightmare-like wave of enemies. A moment of silence spread, and then the battlefield seemed to hold its breath. She had done it. The bullet struck the two severed wires, creating a spectacular sparking bridge. A loud beep signaled the system's activation. The massive metal door immediately slammed shut, blocking the swarm of monsters pouring out. Everyone froze. "She used the bullet to reconnect the circuit," Crim exclaimed, both amazed and impressed. "Well done, Lycoris," a quiet praise came from a teammate. Lycoris could only bow her head, her face flushed, her heart a whirlwind of joy and confusion. Lycoris smiled, her eyes shining with newfound determination. "Little by little, I'll try to change," she shouted mid-battle, her voice firm like a declaration from someone who had overcome themselves. Crim smiled warmly, responding, "I'll back you up." Since Crim had taken her hand, all her fears and trembling had vanished. Lycoris had never felt so steady. In that moment she realized, perhaps she really could abandon her habit of running away and move forward. A deafening explosion tore through the air. the ground shaking violently as a massive arm suddenly burst through the wall, rising from beneath the earth. The swarm of machines and players panicked and fled in chaos, swept away by the shockwave like leaves in a storm. Standing above, Roper tightened his grip on his gun, his eyes narrowing with vigilance. And like an absolute exclamation point, Chapter 47 ended, amid a sea of fire, dust, and the shadow of a newly awakened threat. Chapter 48 begins with a scene of chaos. A massive arm suddenly crashes down from the ceiling, shattering the ground and sending the entire group flying in a cloud of thick dust. Crim screams in panic, while Rajan, still in shock, keeps repeating questions about what just happened. But amidst the confusion, Crim remains calm. She quickly assesses. It fell from above. Without further speculation, she issues a decisive command, cutting through Rajan's panic. The space has only just settled after the dust, but the real threat has yet to reveal itself. A massive hole in the ceiling leaves the group speechless. The structure above appears to have been split in two, with steel beams cracked and bearing deep marks of collapse. They suddenly realize, this room has been divided just like the previous one. While everyone is still bewildered by the abnormal phenomenon, Crim furrows her brow, her cold eyes scanning the surroundings, and snaps, "Stop standing there." Meanwhile, the team concludes that while the arm just crushed most of the enemies, what they're facing is clearly more complex than a simple mechanical trap. This facility is gradually revealing itself as a place hiding multiple layers of deadly secrets. A few enemies still survive the horrific impact, staggering toward the group with mangled bodies but not yet defeated. Crim immediately orders, "Lycoris, support from the rear. Rajan and I will hold the front." Meanwhile, Rajan complains about his rapidly decreasing health, but Crim pays no mind, her energy blazing. It's time to start farming points. In her eyes is clarity and determination, the energy guiding the team through the chaos taking shape. The seemingly dire battle unexpectedly ends in a way no one could have predicted. A massive arm falls from nowhere, crushing most of the jellybots. Rajan sighs in relief, collapsing to the ground, muttering, "Thank goodness that arm fell," while Crim and Lycoris are still stunned, wondering what kind of bizarre quest could end in such a ridiculous way. Instead of a fiery showdown with the final boss, they're left with a scene of devastation and a sense of anticlimax. The massive arm clearly belongs to the quest's final boss. The words "Desert Marrow" engraved on its outer armor are undeniable proof. Though some couldn't read the strange characters, the truth is right before their eyes. The real opponent is about to appear. The group quickly realizes, if just the arm caused this much damage, how terrifying would the entire body be? Instead of fear, excitement begins to rise. The real battle has only just begun. Looking at the water throughout the facility and the structure of B7, everyone initially thought the final boss would be an aquatic creature, perhaps a desert mermaid captured or transformed into a cadaveroid. But upon witnessing the massive arm, they realize, if an arm is this large, this place is completely unsuitable as an arena. Moreover, the outer covering of the arm doesn't look severed. It resembles an incomplete part. A hypothesis forms, is this just a secondary arm? Or is the real monster still yet to appear? Lycoris instinctively leans into Crim after the tense situation, surprising the others and making them wonder if the two were close before. She awkwardly denies it, blushing and quickly retreating. The group can't yet figure out the nature of their relationship, but this sudden intimacy is clearly noticeable. Meanwhile, the discussion shifts to the fallen arm. Has the desert mermaid died? Or is this just part of a larger plan? Roper returns with a large stack of documents, data collected from the upper floors. He lightly scolds the group for not helping, but soon announces news that excites everyone. According to new information, they have a real chance to obtain rare equipment. The group immediately gets fired up, especially Crim, who can't hide her surprise and eagerness. Meanwhile, Roper hasn't revealed everything, asking for more time to compile the full data. A turning point is approaching, and everyone is looking forward to a well-deserved reward after the chaotic events. Roper reveals his and Rajan's true objective, to shut down this entire experimental facility, with the endpoint on B6. The information surprises the group, as they previously thought the main boss would appear on B7. The question immediately arises, if so, is the boss on B7 just optional? Doubt and confusion spread quickly, but Crim immediately confirms that her team also received the quest to shut down the facility. This unexpectedly unites the group with a larger common goal, far beyond simply defeating the boss. The atmosphere suddenly becomes lively as Lycoris points her gun and declares the first victory belongs to Crim, making the group laugh and interrupting the discussion. While some members continue joking, Roper quickly brings the group back to focus. The side rewards from defeating the boss are less important than completing the main quest, shutting down the system on B6. However, Raijin argues that if they defeat Desert Marrow, they could still receive side rewards, at least in theory. The debate between the most efficient choice and the most complete approach shows that each team member has their own priorities and perspectives, but all are aligned toward the common goal. As the group discusses the side rewards from the quest, Crim suddenly realizes that the unique cloak she owns wasn't a boss drop, but a special hidden reward within the quest completion system. The bonus section that few pay attention to. Lycoris is surprised to learn Crim already had a unique piece of equipment, while Crim excitedly confirms it's a reward for meeting hidden conditions. This detail makes the group realize that the most valuable rewards don't just come from combat, but also from careful observation and understanding of the quest system. With a vivid explanation and illustrations, the group gains a better understanding of the side reward system in quests. It's an extremely valuable reward, potentially containing unique equipment, but requires completing a much more difficult hidden objective than just the main quest. To earn this reward, they must defeat the owner of the massive arm, the true enemy that has yet to appear. From here, their journey shifts to a new level with stronger motivation, not just to survive, but to claim the ultimate prize. Team spirit is bolstered after the decision to pursue the hidden reward together. No one wants to miss the chance to obtain unique equipment, the rare reward for those who overcome the hardest objectives. They're not just cooperating, but are more excited than ever. Each member has their own expectations about the equipment they might receive. However, some remain skeptical about the true value of unique items, though the rest can't hide their anticipation. And the journey to the next floor, B5, officially begins with all eyes set on the real boss hunt. A group member reveals that Crim's cloak, the cloak of the young Red Lion Emperor, has special potential, but currently only displays basic stats because it hasn't been enhanced. The large blank space on the item info panel is where a special skill will appear after upgrading. Enhancing the equipment requires rare materials, which explains why the cloak is hard to obtain despite similar items being sold in shops. Crim realizes the true value of what she holds, not in its current stats, but in the potential that will be revealed after proper enhancement. The white-haired character is informed that her cloak will improve in unimaginable ways after being enhanced. A group member shares personal experience. After enhancing his cloak, he unlocked a special skill called Pile Bunker. This makes the girl start thinking more seriously about the hidden potential in her cloak. What could the hidden skill be, and what kind of power will it bring? Curiosity and anticipation begin to grow in her. Lycoris is determined to change. She feels grateful to Crimson for always being kind and helping her. Now she wants to become useful, taking a leading role in the upcoming boss battle while also searching for rare materials to enhance her cloak. Her enthusiasm doesn't go unnoticed by the team, surprising them and sparking some curiosity. Meanwhile, Roper is walking far ahead, seemingly keeping his distance or deep in thought about something. Roper tries to stay calm, but Raijin quickly calls him out for being jealous of not having unique equipment. The group's conversation gradually turns humorous as Raijin teases Roper with the nickname Mr. Normal Gear, livening up the atmosphere. However, tension suddenly rises when Roper abruptly turns back with a serious expression, grabbing everyone's attention. The question, mobs, hints at an approaching danger, immediately shattering the lighthearted mood. The group barely steps onto B5 when they're stunned to see a massive machine suspended in the air, Desert Marrow. Its size defies imagination, and the pressure emanating from its colossal form makes everyone gulp. A member exclaims in astonishment, "Don't tell me that's Desert Marrow!" The unease grows as they realize they haven't even reached the deepest floor, yet the boss has appeared ahead of schedule. The chapter ends with intense suspense, signaling a life-and-death battle about to begin. The Desert Marrow finally revealed itself in its entirety, a colossal machine in the form of a mermaid, lying motionless in the reservoir as if in deep slumber. The exploration team stood before its overwhelming size, utterly speechless. Crim and his companions stammered in awe, while Lycoris's eyes lit up with excitement. "A mechanical mermaid? This is absolutely amazing!" The initially stifling atmosphere quickly turned into one of awe and curiosity. Though the Desert Marrow was not yet operational, its mere presence was enough to tighten everyone's hearts, like a storm brewing on the horizon. With the chapter titled David and Goliath, this lopsided confrontation promised to be a tense and emotional focal point. Though the desert marrow's body was mechanical, its arms were made of real flesh, prompting Lycoris to exclaim in both shock and excitement. "That's creepy, but also so cool." She couldn't stop observing and muttering about the vanished zombie theme, while the mermaid part remained unclear amidst the massive pile of metal. This only deepened her fascination. The others watched her with a mix of amazement and amusement, with someone teasing, "It's rare to see a girl so obsessed with robots." Crim laughed and encouraged everyone to take a closer look, and the group agreed. "You're right, let's examine it more carefully." The atmosphere became light and lively, as if the tension and danger from moments ago had never existed. Lycoris dove into the water, curiously observing the desert marrow and wondering why it wasn't moving. Could it be out of power? She discovered it was confined to a reservoir too small for movement to be possible. Another member pointed out that its fishtail was the reason it was called a mermaid. Meanwhile, Roper explained that, according to the collected data, the entire facility had been abandoned after the Empire collapsed during testing. The desert marrow had simply been left incomplete and was currently inoperable. This revelation left the group both surprised and frustrated. Clearly, this information had been available in the records, but no one had bothered to read it until now. Crim leaned against the desert marrow's arm, sighing in frustration and questioning whether the team had misunderstood the bonus reward conditions, since if this creature was already deactivated, how could they fight it? But Roper quickly spoke up. The documents clearly outlined the activation process, and the system could be started from a control room. This woke the group up. Turns out, activating the desert marrow was also a way to voluntarily increase the difficulty, thereby unlocking special rewards. Someone in the group must have chosen to raise the difficulty without saying anything. Crim tilted his head in thought, reminding them that they belonged to different teams. So was it even feasible to challenge the desert marrow together? Lycoris immediately raised her gun, declaring that the first victory had to belong to Crimson, causing the others to panic and demand she stop scaring them like that every time. As the tension rose, Roper calmly analyzed. Even if the desert marrow had endgame-level stats, the true objective of the mission wasn't to destroy it, but to deactivate the experimental facility. Therefore, they didn't necessarily have to treat it as a boss. They just needed to complete the main objective. Blatt argued that, regardless, it was best to treat the desert marrow as a final boss. When asked why, he explained that if it were a boss, its strength would be adjusted to suit a two-person team, whereas if it were just a wandering monster that anyone could attack, its power would be unpredictable. Crim agreed, saying that if it were weak, the chance of obtaining unique items would decrease, so an actual fight would help them understand better. Meanwhile, Lycoris was engrossed in observing the control panel, marveling at how cool everything was, and the group began moving toward the control room. As Lycoris intently watched the control panel, a deep beep suddenly sounded, an error alert. On the screen, the face of the desert marrow appeared, its cracked glass as if reacting. Then the high-pitched whir of servo mechanisms echoed. The desert marrow's eyes began to glow. Lycoris stared wide-eyed, both surprised and curious. She murmured softly, unaware that she had just accidentally activated something the team wasn't ready to face. The desert marrow suddenly shuddered, mechanical sounds reverberating throughout the space. A member shouted in astonishment, "Unbelievable! That's a strong impact. It's like it's moving." From below, another responded loudly, "That's because it's actually moving." Before anyone could regain their composure, someone lost their balance. "Whoa, I'm falling!" Meanwhile, Roper stared at the control panel in shock, panicking. Why did it activate on its own like this? The desert marrow, once motionless, now began to stir like a nightmare coming to life. Screams echoed in the chaos. "Roper, you said it was deactivated, didn't you?" A member questioned in panic. "How should I know? I only read it from the documents." Roper replied, clearly just as surprised. Another member, dangling in midair, tried to maintain balance. "I don't want to fall into the water tank. Gotta time this perfectly." Below, hurried footsteps. "We can't fight it in such a cramped room. Get out of here fast." A precise jump, someone shouted. "Now." The situation descended into chaos, as everyone realized they had just encountered a force beyond their expectations. A deep rumble sounded from below, the water's surface shattering as if angered by the colossal force that had awakened. The massive body of the desert marrow rose from the reservoir, water splashing everywhere like a tsunami flooding the chamber. In an instant, its eyes flashed, scanning the intruders. At close range, a team member's eyes widened in horror, instinctively stepping back as he faced the mechanical creature's combat-ready visage. Without thinking, he leaped to the side. narrowly avoiding a powerful water sweep like a blade, just in time before being caught in the furious wave. The recent shock had sent Raijin flying, slamming him onto the steel floor amidst the sound of shattering debris. He gritted his teeth, hissing in pain as he tried to get up, but both legs refused to obey. A notification appeared: right leg unusable, left leg maimed. His legs were completely incapacitated. Crim rushed over from behind, his worried expression clear, but before he could get close, a piercing screech sounded from above. The massive shadow of the Desert Marrow's arm descended from the ceiling, drawing a deadly arc in the air. Raijin looked up, his heart pounding, but his body remained frozen. "Can't dodge!" The words escaped him just as a white light flashed before his eyes. The Desert Marrow's right arm swung down with terrifying force, shattering the thick steel floor like paper. In that moment, Crim managed to pull Raijin away from the fatal blow at the last second. Both tumbled to the ground, gasping for breath as explosions echoed throughout the enclosed room. "Crim, I'm still alive," Raijin shouted as if unable to believe it. "Just one arm and it's that strong," someone murmured. The rest of the group quickly retreated, hiding in a corner. "It can't leave the reservoir, let's retreat first," the command was firm. Amid the chaos, Lycoris stammered, I think I saw when it activated," but according to the data, the Desert Marrow shouldn't have been able to start on its own. A silent question hung in the air: who had awakened this monster? As Crim's group temporarily retreated to figure out how to deal with the Desert Marrow, a concerning possibility arose. There might be a fifth, unidentified player in the facility. They weren't part of the current team, and no one knew their true motives. Roper speculated that this person might not know the group was gathered at the reservoir, but it also couldn't be ruled out that they were acting for their own purposes. As the group discussed moving to the control room to check the situation, Lycoris suddenly had an unusual reaction. His face paled, his eyes widened, and his words became fragmented. That fifth person might not have good intentions. Amid everyone's confusion, Crim quickly asked, "Lycoris, what's wrong?" A sense of unease began to spread among the members. As Crim's group continued debating the mysterious fifth player, a cold announcement echoed through the speaker system. "All personnel, please ensure your safety. The flood discharge process has begun." Water began pouring from large pipes, signaling a serious change in the combat environment. Roper was stunned, quickly realizing what was happening. "Is this area going to flood? Should we attack before it's completely submerged?" Crim watched the rising water and muttered, "Wait. This isn't the most concerning thing right now." The atmosphere grew tenser than ever as they had to make decisions in an increasingly complex situation. Water began gushing from the discharge pipes at a terrifying rate, but instead of falling to the floor as usual, it floated in midair. Crim and Lycoris froze, their eyes wide with astonishment. "The water, it's floating," Lycoris stammered. Crim nodded, but her eyes remained fixed on the bizarre, sentient-like water currents. "That movement, isn't it strange?" Before the group could react, the shape of fingers emerged from within the water. Something was awakening, and it wasn't just water. The intense shock made the group freeze. The Desert Marrow had appeared. But unlike what they had imagined, it didn't emerge from the ground or step out of the shadows. It was swimming amid the water, floating in midair. "No way. Can it control water?" someone exclaimed. "It's really swimming in water, floating." The impossibility of it all was unfolding right before their eyes as the mecha mermaid glided like a mythical monster awakening in fury. Severely injured in the leg, Raijin had to rely on his teammates to retreat. Faced with the Desert Marrow's unexpected strength as it swam in the floating water, the group decided they couldn't fight here. Crim ordered an urgent retreat to the back rooms to regroup and prepare. Amid the chaos, they realized this battle wouldn't be easy. The door closed behind them, ending Chapter 49 in an atmosphere of extreme tension and unease. Crim peered through the crack in the door, observing the situation outside Sector 5's storage area. Though initially tense, she quickly realized that Desert Marrow had returned to its original position, no longer pursuing the group. The team breathed a sigh of relief. Perhaps the monster only reacted within its line of sight. However, a new question arose. Would it stay in place, or would it start wandering? The atmosphere in the makeshift shelter remained as taut as a bowstring. In the damp, mechanical-smelling room, the group of four stood around a data screen, silently staring at documents that were mostly redacted. Still, they tried to identify the enemy's weapon list. Amid the tension, a confused question rang out. Was that thing really hovering over the water? Crim muttered about the strange weapon with technology far beyond reality. Sonic guns, tear gas, even railguns. How are we supposed to fight that with swords? She chuckled bitterly. Meanwhile, her teammates quickly deduced. Was it the anti-gravity device causing the water to rise? Fighting in a flooded environment with swords and bare hands was impossible, especially since their guns couldn't shoot more than a few meters underwater. As everyone discussed and worried, their eyes turned to Roper, who still hadn't revealed his weapon. Deep down, they knew, to survive, they had to know what they had left. As all eyes turned to Roper, he calmly held up a modern grenade launcher, Nadipon, a weapon he had found in the area. Though it could change effects depending on the ammo type, Roper quickly pointed out its fatal flaw. It couldn't function underwater. Realizing this, Rajan bitterly looked down at his heavily injured legs, muttering in anger. Just one hit had brought him to this state. In the heavy atmosphere, the group gradually understood the terrifying truth. All their current weapons were nearly useless against an enemy controlling the water. A sense of helplessness enveloped them as the unanswerable question escaped their lips. What are we supposed to do against an enemy like this? As Desert Marrow violently swirled in the suspended water, Rajan clenched his fist and growled. This thing is way above the usual monsters. Meanwhile, Roper thoughtfully reminded them, think about how strong the regular mobs here already are. Rajan, still in pain from his leg injury, suggested, maybe we should abandon this mission, retreat to heal, and come back later. But Roper immediately shook his head. He analyzed that if they retreated, the side mission might change, and Desert Marrow would no longer be the target. This precious opportunity might never come again. In the tense atmosphere, another voice chimed in, soft but determined. Let's give it one try, okay? Is anyone else feeling the adrenaline? As for Rajan, though hesitant, he quietly took out one of his rare recovery items. Only 2 left, and he was ready to use one right now. The battle clearly wouldn't be easy, but everyone understood. This was their only chance. The atmosphere in the group grew tense as worries about injuries and combat pressure weighed on everyone. Lycoris hesitated, looking around, beads of sweat on her forehead, silently wishing they could retreat to a safe zone to recover. In her mind, she pictured Crim, the one who always knew how to break the awkwardness with her natural confidence. But this time, it was Crim who surprised Lycoris. While everyone else was still lost in hesitation, she casually walked over, rummaged around, and found a recovery potion as if everything was under control. Lycoris watched in awe, thinking to herself how strong Crim truly was. Someone in the group asked if Crim had found anything, but she nonchalantly replied that it was nothing, just checking the back. Clearly, the glint in her eyes and the careful way she held the potion said otherwise. Without hesitation, Crim placed the potion on the injured leg, prepared to recover, and casually said, "Let's use it now," as if the tension had never existed. The group entered a room filled with items, tools, and equipment, leaving everyone surprised. Someone spoke up, "There's so much stuff in here," and suggested they split up to search, to which everyone agreed. Crim glanced around and asked, "Is this a storage room? Or maybe?" Her eyes lit up as she realized something. Immediately, she cheerfully declared, "It's the pre-boss prep room, the place where we get free supplies." Someone else interrupted, "You call it pre-boss, but it's already beaten us to a pulp." Crim kept her triumphant smile, ignoring her teammates' grumbling, while others quickly ran off to grab anything usable, preparing as best they could for the upcoming battle. Though it was called the pre-boss supply room, the items found were rather modest. Only 12 HP potions, 3 stamina potions, and a few miscellaneous items. There were also things completely unrelated to combat, like life jackets, rubber boats, diving gear, snorkels, and way too many towels. Everyone began to doubt, do we really need all this stuff? As one member checked behind a curtain, the black-haired girl muttered softly, "So we're fighting without a healer?" No one could argue. The answer came lightly but with heavy pressure. "Yeah, no healer. With these few recovery items, we'll just have to tough it out." The atmosphere instantly grew tense. As everyone inspected the meager supplies they had gathered, a discovery caught their attention, a sniper rifle neatly placed on a rack, codenamed Blank Easel. The bright-haired girl excitedly exclaimed, "Let's go, there's a gun!" While someone else sighed, "I've been looking for that for so long," but no one fought over it. The group's eyes turned to Lycoris, the youngest in the group, who shyly said, "If anyone needs it, go ahead." However, the team unanimously deferred to her, no one intending to take the item from the girl. Someone smiled and asked directly, "Lycoris, can you use it?" She stammered, unable to answer immediately, but her eyes already showed a glimmer of determination. Lycoris clenched her fists, her eyes sparkling with resolve. Without further hesitation, she declared firmly, "I'm the main sniper in first-person shooter games." The group paused for a moment, then laughed in relief. The bright-haired girl clapped. "Great, then we'll leave the fire support to you." Lycoris smiled, her hand already on the rifle. In her heart, she thought, with this, I can help Crimson. The earlier tension gradually dissipated, replaced by a new surge of determination. Just as Lycoris touched the rifle, a strange sound echoed, and the wall in front of her was cleanly sliced, as if split by an invisible energy. "Eh!" She turned around, her eyes wide in shock as she saw the ammo crates around her being swept up by the water, floating in midair. From another corner, Crim shouted, "What the hell? The wall! It's been cut!" Meanwhile, water from the opposite side surged in violently, swirling as if a giant creature was awakening behind the now-destroyed wall. A new chaos had just begun. The storage room began to shake violently, high-pressure water jets cutting through the walls like paper. "The storage room's been sliced open," Crim shouted, her eyes fixed on the incoming water. At the center of the chaos was Desert Marrow. The mechanical monster had now destroyed the warehouse's internal structure. Another member exclaimed, "It's that thing, Desert Marrow." Amid the chaos, a truth emerged. The rooms tilted and the warehouse. So that's it. Rajan was horrified. "It's a high-pressure water cutter. That's what shattered everything." The group looked up at the ceiling, where the piping system had now been torn apart. "This is insane!" Someone screamed in despair as they watched their shelter collapse piece by piece. The violent water swept through the warehouse, taking everything in its path. Crim screamed in desperation, "Lycoris, hold on!" But unable to resist the whirlpool, she was forced to let go. "The boss is blocking our supplies," someone shouted. Crim tried to reach out but had to give up. "Hey!" In an instant, another hand grabbed Lycoris, pulling her away from the danger. "Saved," she sighed, her eyes still trembling. But before she could regain her composure, the group was once again submerged in the water, drifting amidst the wreckage of the collapsing warehouse. Desert Marrow, the giant monster, loomed before them, seemingly preparing to deliver the final blow. "It's going to finish us," Lycoris whispered, her lips trembling. But instead of attacking, the monster slowly moved. Downward. "No way, it's looking right at us." She was stunned, feeling the weight of the monster's gaze on her shoulders. However, it glided past both of them without a care, heading into a massive pipe. "Is it ignoring us?" The two could only stand and watch, bewildered by the enemy's inexplicable actions. Lycoris glared angrily as the monster Desert Marrow dove into the pipe. "That thing's mocking us," Crim assessed. "That pipe, it might lead to B7. Meanwhile, the teammates behind her shouted, "Stop talking nonsense and get back here." But Crim fell silent, deep in thought. "Wait, actually, we're almost out of recovery items, and if we go from B5 to B7, we'll use even more." She looked at the shaking floor. "This floor's going to collapse sooner or later." All calculations pointed in one direction. This wasn't just a battle of wits between humans and monsters. It was also a race against time. Crim pointed at the pipe with determination in her eyes. "Can't we use this pipe as a shortcut to B7? Lycoris immediately grabbed her hand, saying, "Let's believe in that and jump down with this," while the other two panicked and yelled, "Are you too insane? We'll fall off the map boundary." But Lycoris remained calm, arguing sharply. "If Desert Marrow can go to B7 through that path, then it exists. Duo's engine simulates reality." In an instant, everyone stood on the edge between reason and faith. Only one jump would decide everything. Roper smiled with excitement, agreeing immediately. "Sounds fun, I'm in." His only concern was the lack of recovery items. Lycoris also quickly chose her side. I'll go with Crimson." The atmosphere in the chaotic water suddenly shifted toward Rajan, the last one who hadn't made a decision. Someone asked him, "Rajan, what about you?" Rajan's face twisted, biting his lip. In his mind, he wrestled. "If I stop now, it's like admitting I'm too scared to go." He shouted, "I'm just being cautious." Then he silently stepped onto the raft, his eyes filled with determination. Before Rajan could prepare himself, the raft suddenly plunged into the swirling water. "Then let's go," an excited voice rang out. Rajan screamed, panicking, W8, I'm not mentally prepared yet." But his words were swallowed by the roaring water. The current swept the raft away like a never-ending thrill ride. "I'm not good with extreme sports," Rajan shouted in despair as the group began their irreversible journey. The small raft was sucked into the pipe like it was sliding down an uncontrollable giant slide. Rajan screamed in panic, "I get seasick easily, and I can't swim. We haven't even gone far yet. It's too noisy," each sentence overlapping in the chaos. Crim tried to stay calm, "Hold on tight," but then she screamed as her tablet flew out of her hand. The group panicked when they realized this pipe wasn't on the map, a secret path. As the speed increased, they all shouted, "Is this the shortcut you were talking about?" Their eyes filled with terror as the raft hurtled down uncontrollably, the sensation like falling into a never-ending water slide to hell. In the chaos of the raging water pipe, Rajan shouted, "Ahead!" His eyes wide as he saw the light at the end of the tunnel. As he was swept away, he threatened, "If this goes wrong, I swear I'll haunt you all." Someone else shouted excitedly, "The exit! We're about to get out!" The light blazed at the end of the pipe, the raft shooting out without brakes, the entire group flying out of the water like a bullet from a gun. A prolonged scream echoed in the air. W. As they were thrown straight into a brand new adventure. As the group flew out of the pipe, a massive wave surged behind them, like a water gate rising to swallow everything. Inside was Desert Marrow, the fearsome enemy, still silently lurking in the violent whirlpool. No one had time to look back. The small bodies soared through the air, swept away from the water, while below them the monster was still following, ready for the next chase. This wasn't the end. It was the beginning of a new level of hell. The group barely landed and caught their breath when the system interface immediately popped up. X-Battle Start. The subjugation of Desert Marrow. The monster's name was officially revealed. Desert Marrow, the ex-boss rising with an overwhelming HP bar. Crim's voice rang out, urgent but excited. "Is everyone ready?" The suffocating atmosphere was suddenly torn apart by the determination in the teammates' eyes. "It's time for us to start fishing for mermaids in a desert ocean." A challenging statement, marking the beginning of the life-or-death battle in the desert ocean. This was the official bell for the ultimate showdown. The chapter began in a tense atmosphere. Desert Marrow stirred up the center of the whirlpool arena while the team quickly assigned roles. "Lycoris, Roper, support!" A shout rang out from the front. The two would tank while the rest had to hold their positions and support each other. A panoramic view revealed the massive battlefield where any mistake could mean the end. Meanwhile, Lycoris thought to herself, "My first co-op boss fight in duo." Not with fear, but with determination. She leaped off the cargo crate, joining the fray as a true sharpshooter. There was no more time to hesitate. The battle had begun. Lycoris gripped her rifle tightly, a rare confident smile on her face. "I'm fine, calmer than ever." It was her first major battle, but the FPS player still showed her mettle. While everyone was strategizing, she provided information. "I've shot it in the face before, but it didn't deal any damage." A worrying fact. "We need to figure out its weak point first," Roper replied, staying calm amidst the chaos. Crim didn't hesitate. "I'll be the bait." A statement full of determination. The team was stepping into an unprecedented battle, where everyone had to maximize their strengths to survive. Battle officially began. Crim quickly ordered, "Cut the chatter, aim for the soft spots first." A reminder that was both urgent and showed they were facing something unpredictable. Below, the monster Desert Marrow began to move, its body encased in water like a sentient flood. "We only have 12 healing potions left, don't get hit," Crim's voice echoed. "Got it," the team replied in unison, their anxiety pushed aside by determination. But when someone hesitated, "If it attacks, we just, The bitter reply came instantly. "No kidding, Sherlock." Chaos and decisiveness merged. One mistake, and they could all be swept away in the raging water storm. Desert Marrow suddenly raised a massive gun, not its own weapon, but the team's. The group stood frozen in the swirling water, their eyes filled with horror. It can use our weapons," the platinum-haired girl exclaimed, unable to believe her eyes. Rajan shouted, his voice a mix of panic and anger. "Use your own weapons, you idiot." In that moment, they realized this battle wasn't just about fighting a boss. It was facing an intelligence that could learn, adapt, and counterattack with their own weapons. The battle had just escalated to a whole new level of danger. While the frontline members struggled against Desert Marrow's fierce attacks, Lycoris quickly took a strategic position. "They won't last much longer. Find the weak point fast, Lycoris," a teammate shouted amidst the swirling water. The young girl nodded, her eyes filled with determination. "Yes, sir." She knew, if the reward for defeating Desert Marrow wasn't guaranteed, failure this time would mean total loss. "If any of us goes down, it's over," she reminded herself, the cold barrel of her sniper rifle reflecting the battle's light. This was no longer a game. It was a survival hunt where every shot could determine life or death. Amidst the gunfire and the intense pressure, Lycoris gritted her teeth, her eyes locked on the scope. "We can't drag this out. We need to find the weak point now," she thought, gripping her sniper rifle tightly. On the front lines, Roper kept firing, suppressing the monster's fierce counterattacks. "Huh!" Lycoris' gaze froze for a moment as she noticed something unusual in the thick armor. The opportunity flashed by in an instant, but it could be the key to turning the tide before they ran out of recovery items. Despite her intense focus, Lycoris froze when she realized her bullets were being blocked by the raging water, unable to reach the target. "No way, the bullets are being stopped by the water." At the same time, her teammates' grenades were also rendered useless, exploding amidst the swirling waves. The group gradually understood a harsh truth. With this defense, not only was finding a weak point impossible, but even dealing a bit of damage was a luxury. The pressure weighed heavier than ever. If they didn't find a breakthrough, they would be worn down to defeat. Desert Marrow used the water as a shield, rendering most of the team's bullets and grenades ineffective. Roper quickly realized, water is 800 times denser than air, bullets can't penetrate more than a meter. The monster's freedom of movement in the waterlogged environment left them helpless, despite their reliance on long-range firepower. In this dire situation, a teammate shouted, "Aim for the thinnest part of the water first." Amidst the chaos, a voice rang out, "Ragin, aim for the tail." And their frontline role became the only lifeline before the team fell apart. Ragin unleashed his ultimate move, Iron Counter, directly at Desert Marrow's tail, but the X-health bar didn't budge. The attack was useless. The tail was the easiest target, but also ineffective. While dodging a counterattack aimed at his legs, Ragin gritted his teeth. That water cloak is the real problem. Even with the chance to close in, they couldn't deal damage because the entire body was protected by an impenetrable water vortex. The battle now felt like facing a living mobile fortress. Every attack slipped away hopelessly. The team was at a loss against Desert Marrow. Whether it was close combat or long-range attacks, the monster countered perfectly, leaving no openings. One failed attack followed another, while the enemy leisurely hid in the swirling water and launched one-sided strikes. "I want to get closer." The commander's shout was swallowed by despair. "Any ideas, Crim?" "I'm blanking." The confusion spread. Ragin gritted his teeth, shouting angrily, "I hate this." Helplessness enveloped them. The battle had just begun, but it already felt like hell was near. The situation grew more serious. Despite Crim and Ragin's continuous attacks, the whirlpool stirred up by Desert Marrow caused every strike to miss. "It's moving too fast, we can't hit anything," Lycoris worriedly observed through her scope while her teammates could only cling to the edges, avoiding being swept away. A sharp observation rang out. Even if it's not Ragin, falling into that current would mean drowning. With no time to hesitate, the quick-witted guy signaled, "Keep supporting." "I'll circle to the other side." In this unfavorable situation, they hadn't given up. A plan was slowly forming amidst the deadly whirlpool. While the team still hadn't found a way to deal damage to Desert Marrow, the atmosphere grew tense and stagnant. "Any effective moves left?" A voice called out on the battlefield, but the reply was only "no use" from a teammate. Crim cautiously suggested Lycoris assist with one more task, though she herself was a bit flustered as she nodded in agreement. A suspicious point began to emerge. Desert Marrow was moving in a strange way. It's not like before. The sharp eyes of one member began to catch a clue. While everyone was still struggling, one person quietly retreated to check something, Lycoris now in a waiting state. A new development was approaching, and the answer might lie in the boss's peculiar movements. A massive spiral of water suddenly erupted, lifting Desert Marrow high into the air. "Is it flying up?" A voice choked with astonishment. The team stared in shock as the giant creature spun in the vertical ocean, completely defying normal physics. "Oh my God!" was all they could manage to say. Before them was no longer an ordinary battle, but a disaster about to descend from above, and perhaps the finishing blow if they didn't turn the situation around immediately. Panic swept across the battlefield as the team realized Desert Marrow was diving down from above with a full-force attack. The giant machine carried a terrifying spiral of water, ready to crash down like a meteor. "If that thing lands here, we're done for." The brutal truth left everyone holding their breath. "It's performing a dive attack," someone shouted. Pale faces, fiery eyes, they all understood. There was no way out. "We're all about to be wiped out." The words rang out like a death knell, closing Chapter 51 in its most intense climax. Surrounded by towering walls of water, the group found themselves in a dire situation. Crim shouted, urging everyone to leave the area before the Desert Marrow launched its spear attack. But the monster continued to suck in water ahead, signaling an imminent deadly strike. In their desperation, a glimmer of hope emerged. If they could attack at the right moment, perhaps they could interrupt that skill. Ragin suggested throwing a grenade to test their luck, while the others could only pray that their current defensive buffs would be enough to keep them alive. Chapter 52 began with an intense pace. Life and death hung by a thread. Crim froze amidst the swirling water, her grenade sinking hopelessly. Blocked by the massive walls of water, she couldn't support the team. Her hands trembled, her mind in chaos. She didn't know what to do, only that if she didn't act, everyone would be swept away. But then, through her scope, she noticed something, a small detail in the raging current that sharpened her focus. In her despair, Crim seemed to have spotted a chance to turn the tide. The group was engulfed in a violent whirlpool, desperately struggling as the walls of water blocked all escape routes. The grenade was swept away, leaving no hope of breaking the encirclement. The blonde girl screamed in panic, realizing the incoming attack was unavoidable. Everyone was trapped in the water with no one outside to break the binding skill. Before them, the desert marrow descended like a spear of death, and no one could escape in time. The horrifying truth became clear. They were about to be wiped out in their first encounter. The desert marrow plunged down like a meteor in the swirling sea, destroying everything in its path. In the moment they were swallowed by the violent explosion, pieces of armor and teammates shattered like glass. The eyes of the only remaining girl widened in horror as she witnessed the scene. Her desperate cry of "GUYS" echoed, but the response was drowned in chaos. The battle had just begun, but all hope was nearly torn apart in a single strike. After the desert marrow's meteor-like plunge, the team was battered but still alive, at least most of them. Healing potions were hastily used, while stunned eyes scanned the area for the missing member, Crim. No one saw her. No one remembered her using a defensive buff, and then fear became evident on everyone's faces. Had she been torn apart in the recent attack? But amidst the still churning water, her panicked gaze caught something. Over there. A spark of hope ignited in the despair. Crim wasn't crushed. She had clung to the desert marrow's body, narrowly avoiding the fatal blow. The team was stunned, both amazed and relieved as she held her dangerous position to search for a weak point. Under extreme tension, a clue finally emerged, an anti-gravity device located beneath the monster's shoulders. That was the protective armor making it immune to all damage. The sniper girl immediately reported and the team understood. The real counterattack had just begun. Crim shouted over the roaring water, pointing out the weak point the team had been searching for. The anti-gravity device, hidden right beneath the desert marrow's shoulders. While her teammates were frantically attacking without dealing any damage, she quickly analyzed. It wasn't a difference in stats, but because they weren't hitting the hurt box, the actual damage-taking point. The stalemate shattered with this discovery. The battle was no longer a one-sided assault. They now had a target to strike, and the chance for a counterattack had officially begun. Amidst the swirling water and slippery terrain, Crim moved as lightly as the wind. Her incredible agility left everyone in awe as if nothing could stop her. When her teammates shouted a warning from behind, Crim spun around as if she had anticipated it. Her target was clear, the anti-gravity device beneath the desert marrow's shoulder. Without hesitation, she leaped, swung her weapon, and shouted, "Enough!" The decisive strike was unleashed, carrying the full determination of the team's counterattack. Crim delivered a critical blow to the desert marrow's anti-gravity device, shouting, "Behave yourself," as if commanding a frenzied beast to stop. Her axe pierced straight into the device's core, dealing massive damage. A warning rang out, displaying an anomaly in the system. Though the boss still had over 7 health bars, the impact immediately stripped it of its ability to fly. The team looked at each other, panting but with eyes full of determination. The real counterattack, finally, had begun. Destroying the first anti-gravity device caused the desert marrow to lose control of the water on its left side, creating a crucial defensive gap. The team immediately seized the opportunity, Crim beaming, as she confirmed they had made a breakthrough, while the others cheered that they could win. The next device was spotted on the opposite shoulder, but the boss had already begun reactivating its gravity field, causing one member to realize their body was starting to float. The battle entered a new phase, where every second was critical, and the team agreed they had to hunt down and destroy the remaining devices to end the fight. Crim noticed a water control unit on the desert marrow's arm reactivating and immediately recognized it as the next anti-gravity device. As the system adjusted gravity to stabilize water pressure, she acted quickly, understanding that if it wasn't destroyed in time, the boss would regain control of the water flow, and all their efforts so far would be wasted. Just as the water pressure unit on the desert marrow's arm activated its abrasive jet mode, Crim reacted instantly. She delivered a powerful kick to shatter the device before it could take effect. The dangerous water pressure stream was halted in an instant, thanks to her decisive action. The team panicked when Crim was severely injured but quickly calmed down. She had only lost a part of her body and still had 3 recovery potions left. Raijin rushed in to draw the enemy's attention, creating an opportunity for the team to recover. Meanwhile, the team noticed a strange phenomenon. They were all starting to float, indicating the influence of a new anti-gravity field. The girl quickly deduced, based on the amount of water the enemy controlled, there were likely at least 4 more anti-gravity devices still intact. The Desert Marrow's arm continued to glow. Another gravity control unit was activating. Under the pressure of the new force field, the water rose higher and more violently than ever. The warriors now understood clearly. If they didn't quickly destroy all the anti-gravity devices, they wouldn't last another 5 minutes in this deadly battle. The young girl struggled to maintain her balance amidst the chaotic antigrav mechanism manipulating the atmosphere. Before her, the Desert Marrow monster continued to violently control the water, turning the ground into a floating trap. With determined eyes, she quickly identified the antigrav device on the monster's arm, the part most likely controlling the water jet counterattacks. Realizing her teammates underwater couldn't provide support, she silently resolved, if someone had to act, it would be her. There was no time to hesitate. With no other choice, the girl gripped her gun and decided to act on her own. Under the astonished gazes of her teammates, she swooped straight toward the antigrav device on the monster's arm. This reckless attack left the group stunned, just as the enemy's gravity system completed its optimization process. In the moment she faced the maelstrom of chaotic energy, her eyes flickered with unease. Would this shot be enough to turn the tide? The distorted gravity around the monster's arm caused the bullet to veer off course, and Lycoris screamed in frustration as she realized her shot couldn't reach its target. Meanwhile, Roper was still trapped in the water vortex, and the monster was beginning to unleash a new attack called Abrasive Jet. With no time to hesitate, a teammate shouted, throwing equipment to Lycoris just as the deadly water jet surged forward. Tension peaked. One more moment would decide life or death. Lycoris was nearly blown away by the recent attack but clung tightly to her gun. Meanwhile, a piece of broken metal flew off amidst the swirling water, Rajan's right arm. The teammates screamed in horror, thinking he had sacrificed himself, but moments later, Rajan struggled to his feet and roared, "It's just my right hand, you idiots!" The team fell into chaos but didn't give up. The battle continued. Lycoris tried to calm herself as her body hadn't fully recovered, trembling as she insisted she was fine despite using her final recovery dose. When the antigrav devices began to restart, she stared at the battlefield, realizing they were about to be overwhelmed once more. In that moment, a question flashed through her mind like a cold bolt of lightning. Are we about to lose? No one spoke, but the fear was evident in everyone's eyes. Even amidst the battlefield storm, memories flooded back. The young girl recalled the joyful moments with her teammates, where she was always welcomed and cared for. They had treated her so well, especially Crim, someone she had silently vowed to support wholeheartedly. Yet even though she had resolved not to repeat her past mistakes, the current situation still left her feeling helpless. In her eyes, worry and regret were clear as she realized she might once again be unable to do anything. The group had just finished a grueling battle, but the atmosphere afterward became quiet and awkward. The young girl, who had hoped this would be a series of missions to stay with her teammates longer, could only stammer out a greeting as each person gave excuses to leave the game. Left alone in the virtual scene, she forced herself to agree, suppressing her disappointment. Yet just a moment later, she continued walking, wondering if anyone would invite her to join the team again. Hesitant but hopeful, her heart quietly clung to that wish. In this moment, the young girl, after all her efforts and hopes, finally faced the harsh reality: rejection, gossip behind her back, and not being recognized as part of the group. The whispers, half-hearted apologies, and cruel disdain cut into her like invisible blades. She forced a smile, nodded, and convinced herself she was used to it, that this was no different from before. But in her eyes was a sea of swallowed loneliness, where people only saw her weaknesses and never her efforts. Hurt and isolated, the girl chose to play solo as a way to protect herself. But the memories of her teammates, the small kindnesses she had received, ignited a new flame in her heart. She didn't want to end up standing by helplessly again. In the critical moment, she didn't wait for orders or hesitate. She just tightened her grip on her gun and acted. This time, she wanted to be the one to change the tide. She was no longer the one who stood behind. Amidst the chaotic swirl of magnetic fields and water, the girl's eyes shone with unprecedented determination. Without warning or hesitation, she pulled the trigger. The bullet whistled through the air, tearing through the tense atmosphere, and shot straight into the core of the giant arm. "She has a plan!" A stunned voice rang out, silenced by the moment no one could intervene. This wasn't just a shot. It was a declaration. She would no longer stand behind. The bullet left the barrel in a flash, but instead of following a straight trajectory, it began to curve, swirling as if pulled by an invisible force. Desperate shouts rang out, but then someone noticed something unusual. "No, look at the bullet." Contrary to all expectations, it wasn't veering off course. It was being precisely guided by the anti-grav field. The girl wasn't just shooting, she was manipulating gravity to bend the bullet's path. A shot that wasn't just skill, but a challenge to the laws of physics. Chapter 53 closed in a breathless moment as everyone saw, hope swirling through the air. Chapter 54 begins with Lycoras's precise shot piercing through the distorted gravity layer, completely destroying an anti-gravity device. The explosive force erupts violently, scattering metal fragments in a shimmering light, marking the first weakness of the monster being exposed. Its system immediately detects the anomaly, abnormality detected in anti-gravity device, ceasing function. A scene both chilling and hopeful. As the water recedes chaotically, the fragile balance of the monster begins to waver. Without the need for grand speeches, with just one shot, Lycoras has completely shifted the tide of the battle. Desert Marrow halts amidst the swirling water as it loses one of its anti-gravity devices, causing its water beam attack to go completely off course. The team is stunned. Crim had accurately targeted the device behind the enemy's shoulder, throwing it off balance. But Lycoras, despite her recent feat, remains composed. She knows one shot isn't enough to turn the tide, as the creature clearly has other devices keeping it afloat. Meanwhile, another member, dazed but relieved, mutters, It worked." The battle has only just begun to shift. Crim can't hide his excitement, his eyes shining as he grabs Lycoras's hand. "You're truly amazing, Lycoras. Just one move was enough." While Lycoras is still bewildered, Crim pulls her along, determinedly saying there's something he wants to test. In another corner, two male members quietly retreat behind a wall to plan. "Let's take a step back and strategize." But just as they settle, a shout startles them. "You guys keep the aggro, all right?" The two panic, turning around. "Huh, us. What kind of secret plan is this?" Meanwhile, Crim and Lycoras charge straight into the danger zone, leaving their teammates confused and helpless on the battlefield. Crim charges straight toward Desert Marrow, shocking his teammates. One exclaims in worry, "Crimson, what are you doing? Charging right at it." The enemy begins reactivating its anti-gravity field. Another member shouts, "I see two anti-gravity devices on its belly. It's about to make them float again." Anxiety spreads through the group as no one is sure if Crim and Lycoras are okay. "Ragin, over there," comes a frantic shout, but the chaotic water obscures their vision. "Huh, where did they go?" "I can't see them anywhere." The air grows tense, the stakes reaching their peak as the group's fate suddenly becomes uncertain. Crim and Lycoras dive into the water, leaving the group stunned. "Huh, they've gone underwater," someone exclaims in shock. "They're moving normally, why aren't they floating up?" This completely defies expectations, as the anti-gravity had previously caused the group to float uncontrollably. One member immediately realizes, "That's it, the anti-gravity forces can't stack." By deliberately diving into the pre-existing field, Crim and Lycoras avoid the floating effect, continuing to act normally. A bold and clever plan begins to take effect. The team finally realizes Crim's breakthrough strategy. While everyone struggles to counter the anti-gravity, Crim has chosen an unexpected approach, diving into the water controlled by the very gravity field. One member analyzes clearly, "That water stream is already within the anti-gravity's control zone. If you hide in it, you won't be affected by other gravity fields." A solid argument, decisive action. Everyone is amazed by Crim's sharpness. Truly incredible. Lycoras whispers, her eyes sparkling with admiration. "Yet the threat remains. The anti-gravity on its arm is still dangerous," Roper warns. The battle isn't over, but the light of hope is clearer than ever. Crim hurls a chain as a final strike at Desert Marrow's arm, locking down the water-controlled device linked to the anti-gravity system. The device is so powerful it can even bend bullets, making long-range approaches impossible. But this time, through courage and bold calculation, the team has managed to stop it just in time. The screen flashes an error. Abnormality detected, initialization failed. Immediately, the team understands. The gravity device can't activate if the water system isn't operational. A loophole has been successfully exploited. The fight isn't over, but the tide has begun to turn. Crim and Lycoras charge straight toward Desert Marrow's arm with a decisive rope swing, ready to destroy the last gravity device. Everything seems to be leaning in their favor. The critical moment has arrived. Lycoras raises her gun, her eyes filled with determination. But then she hesitates. "Wait, if we destroy it now, wouldn't that be a huge waste?" While everyone awaits the finishing shot, she sees another possibility, an opportunity no one else has noticed. The girl once pushed to the sidelines, is now the one shaping the battlefield. As Lycoris hesitates over the chance to destroy the device, Crim unexpectedly proposes a bolder solution. The grenades Roper had dropped earlier now become the key weapon. With a sly grin, Crim stuffs the grenades into the control unit on the enemy's arm. In this high-pressure situation, they turn trash into a sharp counterattack. No longer a blind assault, this is an improvised yet effective tactic, marking a major turning point for the team in their battle against Desert Marrow. Lycoris quietly discards the old newspaper, a symbol of the doubts and defenses she once carried. Before, she believed that trusting no one would protect her from hurt. She saw her teammates as people who would soon abandon her, using that as a reason to keep her distance. But now, feeling the warmth and trust from everyone, she's ready to let go of that past. With a relieved smile, she says, "I don't need this anymore." And as the enemy's device activates, she and Crim face the next challenge, no longer with fear or doubt, but with unwavering faith. In the decisive moment, Lycoris and Crim coordinate seamlessly to deliver the final blow. The explosion tears through Desert Marrow's control arm, shaking the entire battlefield. With a mischievous grin, Crim holds Lycoris tightly from behind, both gazing at the enemy now at a disadvantage. "Go ahead and cause chaos, Tilda," she taunts. Lycoris adds, her eyes blazing, "If you want to fight us, you'll need at least 2 arms." From lone individuals, they've now become a perfectly synchronized pair of warriors. Desert Marrow collapses after the fatal blow to its right arm. Crim shouts in excitement as he confirms Waterjet has been disabled. With both limbs lost, the system immediately shifts to emergency response mode, suspending its current task. But victory doesn't come easily. The floor suddenly splits open, signaling the start of a new phase. Confusion is evident on the team's faces. "The floor is opening," someone exclaims. "Is this where the next phase begins?" Amid the chaos, a quiet question lingers. Where will it take us? A lone player wandered through the vast metal corridor, silently admitting to himself, "I'm lost." The one called Headhunter walked through the expansive space, his thoughts drifting to his next target, even regretting not being able to capture the moment of that assassin's action. Under the dim light, he sighed as he realized the scale of this place far exceeded his imagination. "This damn place is too big." A question with no answer echoed in his mind. Where is the exit? The open space loomed ominously, signaling that the psychological and tactical game was about to enter a new phase. In the massive underground maze, a girl in modern protective gear cautiously moved forward. After picking up her tablet, she turned it on and checked. Images of Desert Marrow appeared, but the map on the screen became useless as her current location was beyond the system's boundaries. She sighed, frustrated by her disorientation. But at that very moment, a mysterious sound came from the device, snapping her back to reality. The distorted data stream read, "Ent, task, B, susp, ed." Essing, dishins, she frowned, muttering softly, "Water." Before she could comprehend what was happening, a loud explosion shook the distance. Wahaya, everything had just plunged into a new nightmare. The battle began. As the signal rang out, the group charged forward without hesitation. "Wait, are you all just rushing in like that?" Ryunosuke exclaimed, still fumbling with the monitoring device. A teammate responded, "It's just the qualifiers anyway, go all out. If we stumble even in the early rounds, winning is just a pipe dream." Ryunosuke sighed reluctantly, admitting, "Well, that makes sense." He hurried to catch up, shouting, "Don't leave Uncle Ryunosuke behind." Amid the fury of a massive machine rising from the raging sea, a lone man charged straight ahead. His robotic arm was destroyed, water gushing out like a waterfall, shattering the steel floor beneath him. But he didn't look back, didn't hesitate. Only the light flared up with each step, like a declaration of defiance against the approaching destruction. A man standing against a monster amidst the chaos of steel, fire, and water. The swirling water surged violently, swallowing the massive pipeline system like an uncontrollable whirlwind. On the small boat rocking amidst the waves, the group clung to each other, their rapid breaths mingling with panicked screams. In the chaotic moment, the massive machine swam into a passage that had never appeared on the map, a threatening mystery. But the chain still held the boat, a fragile thread of hope connecting them to the fleeing prey. The chase was far from over. The massive machine ship sped through the rushing water, leaving the pursuing group struggling to maintain balance amidst the fierce waves. Everyone was alarmed by its speed and strange direction. Clearly, Desert Marrow didn't care about its pursuers. "We can't let it escape so easily," someone shouted, their eyes fixed on the massive pipeline ahead. Perhaps this was the secret transport route designed specifically for that monster, and if they wanted to stop it, a battle surely awaited at the end of the line. Just as the group was trying to identify Desert Marrow's weak point, a rare opportunity emerged. Though the monster's belly armor was submerged, making close-range attacks nearly impossible, a teammate's reminder caught everyone's attention. There were 2 anti-grav devices on its belly, a critical point yet to be exploited. As they debated their attack strategy, a surprising detail left them stunned. Someone was clinging to Desert Marrow's back. The leader immediately ordered the chain to be pulled to approach. What they had overlooked might just be the turning point. The girl in the soaked protective gear was unexpectedly rescued from Desert Marrow's back. As she regained consciousness, she gasped, I'm alive." Her presence surprised the group. Someone asked, "Are you okay? Why are you here?" She replied weakly, "It's a long story." While everyone wondered if she was the one who activated Desert Marrow, someone else whispered, "Could she be the 5th player?" When she pulled out a data tablet and some crumpled documents, things began to clear up. "These are the documents I collected. I found this tablet on the ground." Someone stared at the papers and murmured, "Wait, isn't this?" Clues about the origin of the great battle were slowly emerging. In the chaotic moment amidst the rushing water, the girl with protective goggles recognized a familiar face and shouted, "Crim the headhunter," her panic evident. Crim was stunned, not understanding. Headhunter? Never heard of it." Everyone on the boat quickly reassured her, telling her not to struggle or risk capsizing the group. When questioned, the girl exclaimed, "You're the one who bought my report, right?" Crim nodded, confirming that she had received a secret tip from this person and had come here following that lead. A memory flashed. A secret tip. Meaning, the connection between seemingly unrelated characters was becoming clear, while the name, Headhunter, had now become a comical misunderstanding that left everyone flustered. Under intense pressure, the black-haired girl shouted, "I don't know her," but her panicked eyes betrayed her words. "Lycoris?" Crim reacted immediately while someone else whispered, "She clearly knows." The atmosphere instantly turned chaotic. "Tie up the camera woman before she does something stupid," Crim ordered. The restrained girl stammered, I'm not like that." On the other side, a teammate warned, "We're entering the sub-boss fight. We might encounter some tricks along the way." As they discussed their plan, another member pointed ahead, "Those 2 anti-grav devices. Should we destroy them?" But at the same time, someone else observed skeptically, "Desert Marrow is just charging forward, not caring about us at all." No counterattacks, no signs of aggression, and that was exactly what worried them. Under the rushing water, the group desperately tried to stop Desert Marrow. "The remaining 2 are on its belly," someone shouted. "The current's too strong, we can't do anything." Crim quickly checked the documents. "There are some areas. Here's the supply station. They're mine." Another document made her frown. "These blueprints. They're different from the ones we had. A biocore, a unique neural control system." Crim gritted her teeth. "We should deal with this later. There's something more important now." On the other side, someone lamented, "We can't destroy the remaining anti-grav devices. But the supply station. If I were a boss that just got disabled, I'd run there too." The situation was tense, and their only choice was to guess Desert Marrow's next destination before it was too late. Rajan stared at the 2 remaining anti-grav devices and said, "They might be the easiest to handle." Crim was astonished. "But, Rajan, you can't swim, right?" "Yeah, I can't swim in real life, so I can't in the game either," Rajan replied bluntly. Someone else chimed in, "You don't need to swim, and I don't expect you to know how. Even if you could, the water's too rough to swim in." Rajan, aim at the device on the opposite side. With that, he raised his weapon, ready to act despite the raging water around them. In a narrow tunnel like this, Desert Marrow could only move in one direction, meaning the water around it would flow steadily. "That's it!" A voice rang out as they realized it, if they timed it right. And with these timed grenades, they could attach them to the exact spot under Desert Marrow's belly where the remaining anti-grav devices were active. This was the chance to deliver the decisive blow. This movement phase was their golden opportunity to deal free damage. While Desert Marrow could only move in one fixed direction, the grenades exploded precisely under its belly, dealing massive damage. The boss's health bar dropped noticeably, and the group cheered at the clear effect. It worked. Desert Marrow charged through the surging water, completely ignoring its enemies. But as soon as it lost gravity on one side, it immediately lost balance and tilted. Crim and his teammates seized the moment, shouting amidst the roaring water, "It's going to flip and expose its belly." This was the decisive moment, where the hunter became the prey. Desert Marrow tilted, exposing its vulnerable belly. Crim couldn't aim properly from his position, so he shouted for Rajan to act. Without hesitation, Rajan and his teammates leaped straight toward the target, their eyes filled with determination. "What happens when a mermaid leaves water?" The question barely ended as the finishing blow was unleashed. The precise, powerful strike ended the chapter with a declaration. "You'll see.